Okay, thank you. And so far I see one speaker for oral communications. It's Carrie Wagner.
Yes, let me quickly start sharing my screen with the timer. And Ms. Wagner, you can share your comments with us.
Hi, this is Carrie Wagner, and I live in Charleston Meadows in South Palo Alto. And I want to ask the PTC to include an investigation of separated bike and pedestrian crossings in South Palo Alto, and to include this as part of your 2022 work plan. For several reasons. The North Ventura housing needs better connections to Midtown once all that housing is in place. And South Palo Alto desperately needs a separated bike and pedestrian crossing somewhere. 2 crossings would be even better. We also need improvements at the Charleston, Alma, and East Meadow and Alma intersections, particularly when those grade separations are constructed. The last thing I want to bring up is that safer bike and pedestrian construction crossings would support all 4 of the city council's priorities that they just adopted. So I really hope you can put this in your work plan, and thank you so much for your time.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I see our next speaker is GEA. And you are unmuted now, so you should be able to share your comments with us.
You may have to unmute on your device.
I'm so sorry. JEA is just Jennifer Atchison. I'm not here to speak on something that's not on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. No worries.
Okay. That's the last public speaker for that oral communications. So now we ask if there's any agenda changes, additions, or deletions from staff or commissioners.
Chair, staff don't have any agenda changes.
Okay. So moving along, we'll do the city official report from Ms. Tanner.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Good to see you all this evening. Just a few updates. Seems like it's been a while since we had a COVID update, but today there's quite a bit going on. We're in to whatever next period of time we're in. Some are calling it endemic, some are calling it whatever they want to, but I'm just calling it at least the next few weeks. So we are having in California, the mask mandate is going to be, the indoor mask mandate lifted next Monday. In Santa Clara County, the mask mandate is continuing. And so for indoors in Santa Clara County, regardless of vaccination status, folks will be asked to wear masks. That will include at city facilities, at City Hall, libraries, other facilities like that. And the message that came out from the county, I believe it was this morning, indicated that the county is working on developing metrics to indicate when it will be able to lift that mandate. And they're looking at things like case rates, hospitalizations, and other indications of when they believe that it will be safe to lift that. I believe LA County similarly is continuing their indoor mask mandate. So that's happening here in Santa Clara County. And so council is still planning to go back to chambers, Palo Alto City Council, I believe starting next week. And so we'll continue to wear masks when we're in chambers. So council members will be wearing masks, staff, any members of the public will be asked to be wearing masks during those meetings, which is what was happening before when council did resume at the end of last year when they resumed their meetings in person. We are anticipating that council will allow the boards and commissions to begin meeting in person in March, and we're getting ready for that. Myself, Ms. Klacheva, other staff are attending training tomorrow and on Monday to get oriented to the many things we'll have to learn to operate not just a safe meeting in the time of COVID, but a hybrid meeting. And so that hybrid meeting is going to allow members of the public consultants, staff, and even commissioners, if needed, and council members to participate remotely. In particular, folks still may have exposure to the virus as we go about our business. Some folks may have health issues that would prevent them from safely participating in chambers. And so council will be considering extending that flexibility to allow that. And so we'll keep watching that and let you all know. And so as we get closer to us resuming in person, if you're feeling uncomfortable meeting in person, please let me know. Let the chair, also possibly and vice chair, know, so we can try to answer your questions, see if we can make accommodations that can make you feel comfortable and be more comfortable, and let us know kind of what the status is and how we can help you. Right now, we have scheduled for ourselves on March 9th, so a month from today, to have our meeting be in the evening and to have that be dedicated to the retreat. So far, 2 folks have let me know that they're not very comfortable meeting indoors. Maybe that will change as we get closer, and hopefully case rates and other metrics continue to trend in the right direction. So if you do change your preference, please let me know. But we will plan to be meeting indoors in City Hall, and possibly the community meeting room. So that's that room on the ground floor. We can crack the door. We can also open up the wall so that really the whole lobby and the room are available to us and members of the public. So have a lot of space, and can even kind of crack the front doors, and so get a little cross breeze with the side doors and front doors there. So, and we also have portable air filters that we can bring down from the 5th floor to help circulate that air and make sure that we are doing what we can to mitigate any risk of spreading the virus when we're together. On the customer service front, we are going to be resuming in-person appointments at the Development Center on Monday, February 28th. We paused those this month and last month due to the surge in the spread from Omicron. And again, with the numbers looking good, we are going to be resuming those in-person services and continuing to offer virtual services to those who want to engage or contact staff via just a good old-fashioned phone or using a video conference appointment. So those are the updates that I have. I know that was quite a bit. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about this topic or about other items that you're curious about.
Commissioner Chang.
What is coming up for City Council that might relate to items that we've spoken about on the PTC?
Yeah, let me just pull up the calendar really quickly. I think in the next meeting, let me just pull it up instead of trying to remember. So, and maybe I'll just give an update too, since it's been a bit since we met. Last week on the 31st of January, Council heard the renter allocation assistance ordinance, which you all heard, and recommended to them. So the Council did pass that. They stayed at 10 units as the threshold. There was a suggestion from one council member to lower that to 5 units as the threshold, but that did not get support. And so that motion died for lack of a second. And so it's 10 units. They did consider additional, the suggestion from the PTC around having additional language regarding and kind of aligning with the state on the at fault and no fault and just cause. They had given previous direction for staff to work on that very topic. And so I think we'll likely see that topic again. And maybe with your help, we can incorporate some of that, but they did not incorporate that at this time into that particular ordinance. But again, had looked at revisiting just cause protections locally anyhow. And so that might be a chance to do that. Coming up at council, we had this, and I'll just continue the retrospective. We also allocated the City Council funding to an affordable housing project, 231 grant, and more on the transportation side, but again, shared between the departments. They took public comment and heard the staff report regarding whether the council would like to explore permanently closing parts of California Avenue and permanently closing a part of Ramona Street to vehicular traffic. So it was pretty late when we got through the presentation and public comment. And so that will be taken up on February 28th. So that'll be at the end of this month. that they will take that up. And coming up at the next immediate city council meeting, we don't have any items, it looks like, on the 14th that I'm seeing, and then the 21st is a holiday. So there will be no city council meeting on February 21st. It'll be President's Day that day.
Any other questions for the Assistant Director? Okay. Seeing none, we can move on to the action items. The first one is a public hearing quasi judicial for 985 Channing Avenue. Request for public hearing of a preliminary parcel map with exceptions to remove recorded height restrictions, etc. Staff recommends PTC make findings for an amending map exempt from CEQA. So staff, over to you. Is that
Great.
Mr. Sauls?
I'll have Mr. Sauls give a brief presentation. And you may have heard this item a couple times. I think this might be its fourth time back. And then, of course, Mr. Yang also has contributed significantly to the analysis in the staff report as well, and is available for questions. Go ahead, Garrett.
Good evening, Commissioners. As Assistant Director Tanner mentioned, this project has been before the PTC a number of times. So this being the third time, we're hoping we may be able to reach a conclusion for this project today. So to give a little bit of a background on this application, again, this project is located within the Crescent Park neighborhood. It's an existing R1 zone district property that has a existing single-story home and a single-family lot within this space, and is also surrounded by similar R1 lots with a mixture of 1 or 2-story homes. So the property was originally subdivided in 1980 from 991 Channing Avenue, and at that time there were a number of restrictions that were recorded on the parcel map that are the subject of our discussion today. The first being that all the structures on the site could not be allowed to exceed 13 feet tall, that there couldn't be any 2-story homes developed on the site. In addition, lastly, that there weren't any allowances for any variances or fence height exceptions permitted on this parcel. At the time, to give some additional background, at the time, the city's zoning code allowed for homes to be built up to 35 feet tall, and there were no privacy provisions in place at that time. So there was no individual review process, which we have today for 2-story homes. So the project goal would be for the applicant the applicant is seeking to remove these limitations on their parcel so that they may be able to develop a 2-story home. The dimensions of the lot would remain the same, and the new parcel map would be recorded and would not include any sort of previous limits that had been established or that had been put in place or existed at that time. Again, the purpose would be to allow for the applicant to proceed with their 2-story home IR project, which they have submitted to the city back in 2020 and is currently still waiting to be reviewed based on the outcome of these discussions. So the previous item, or this item, was previously heard in October and November and in December as well. And at the 12/15 hearing, prior to the hearing, there was a letter from the neighbor's attorney, which the applicant had not been able to review in advance of that meeting. And so they had requested that this item be postponed at that time. There is an error in the staff report, I believe it's on page 10 or 11, where it talks about this section, and it actually says that it was the applicant who had sent that letter in, and that was incorrect. It was the neighbor's attorney who had sent that in, and then the applicant had requested some additional time to review that in order to prepare for a future meeting. And upon further review of that application and all the information that's been provided, staff believes that a parcel map with exceptions is the appropriate method to get this project approved in order to remove those limitations that are currently on the site. An amending map is an alternative method, but does not necessarily provide the same mechanisms or means that a parcel map with exceptions allows for, in terms of providing opportunities for members of the public to be engaged and to be aware of changes that are occurring. But staff recommends that the amending map findings should also be made, given that there's some procedural uncertainty surrounding the application and how unique this issue is that we're discussing tonight. So partially for reference, we have included the findings for the parcel map with exceptions, as well as the findings for an amending map of it, so that we can have that available in discussion tonight for the commissioners. Some key considerations are that these limitations are imposed on this property, and from what we've been able to determine, this property only throughout the city. So there are some unique circumstances that are applied to this individual parcel that doesn't seem to be replicated in other areas of the city in the same manner. The lot today is or would be considered substandard based on its dimensions. However, it would not be considered in the manner that we have a limitation on the total number of stories available or allowed to be developed on the site. So there are certain dimensions in our code that identify if a site falls within two categories, its width or lot fall within a certain dimension or less than that, and the overall size is less than 83% of the allowable size that's there, then property is not allowed to develop a two-story home. However, this property does not have that scenario. Additionally, since 2000, the city has adopted the IRA guidelines, which is a process that specifically seeks to address any sort of privacy and massing concerns that were raised during the initial subdivision process by some of the neighbors at the time. So staff would be seeking for the PTC to recommend approval of the project in conformance with the findings in attachment B for both the preliminary parcel map with exceptions, as well as an amending map and subject to the conditions of approval in attachment C. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Right, and then the attorney for the neighbors gets about 10 minutes to present. We can do that first and then ask for staff questions of staff.
I'm sorry, Chair. It's the applicant has the opportunity to present at this time.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you. I think that's Mr. Hammond. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioners, my name is Stephen Hammond, Hammond of Clark Hill LLP. We represent Frank and Pyman Lynn Dunlap regarding their application to remove the 3 restrictions that you've heard about, the height variance and second story restrictions as shown on their current parcel map that was created over 40 years ago by the city of Palo Alto. Since then, as you've heard in the staff report, conditions have radically changed that render these restrictions no longer necessary or appropriate. After multiple continuances to allow PTC staff to thoroughly consider the application, staff recommends that this commission and then the city council approve the proposed preliminary map with exceptions, and alternatively, an amending map removing restrictions from the subject property. Applicants fully support staff's recommendations and approach for removal of all 3 conditions on their parcel map, including the 2-track approval process for both a preliminary parcel map and in the alternative and amending map. Certain written comments that you've heard about submitted by letter have been were submitted to this commission and to staff. The staff's updated report, I think, addresses the concerns contained in that letter on a point-by-point basis in an extremely convincing and clear way. So I won't belabor the point here, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions about it after this presentation. Not only is the Dunlap's application supported by the Palo Alto Municipal Code and California state law, critically, it furthers Palo Alto's current public policy goals as seen by the municipal code and the comprehensive plan. Let me elaborate. First, it promotes new construction, infill construction that is compatible with existing residential neighborhood. It preserves the unique character of the Palo Alto neighborhood. It helps meet the housing supply challenges facing the city of Palo Alto by increasing the density of the number of occupants that can live on this parcel. The existing parcel map, these conditions are totally out of character with similarly situated lots in the neighborhood. And local ordinances already address these conditions. The height concern, which you heard Mr. Sauls tell us was 35 feet back in 1980, it's considerably lower now, addresses height concerns. The restrictions are no longer necessary because of the single individual family review, the SFIR, which came into effect post 1980 when these conditions were put into place. And that SFIR ensures compatibility and protects neighbors from unsuitable second story additions. There is no public policy reason for disparate treatment of the Dunlap's parcel. The one-off restrictions created way back in 1980 by a city official or the city agency at that time no longer have objective reasons for staying in place, and they undermine the authority of current day city officials, as well as the purpose of the policies contained in the Palo Alto Municipal Code and the comprehensive plan. The emergency ordinance, which I know this commission is intimately familiar with, which was passed recently in connection with SB 9, establishes objective standards governing new construction, which furthers the city council's mission to standardize the approval process by shifting away from subjective varied criteria to quantifiable or objective design criteria. In this case, these objective standard public policy considerations similarly justify the removal of the restrictions on the applicant's parcel map. Specifically, one, objectivity in the approval process. There's no reason why the same rules shouldn't apply to the applicant's parcel as to every other parcel in the neighborhood. Two, parity among likewise situated neighbors. And three, maintaining the character of Palo Alto's neighborhoods with consistency. The PTC's approval of this application is not just supported by the laws governing these applications, it is consistent with well-established public policy, current day public policy. In conclusion, the Dunlaps respectfully request that this commission grant applicants requested relief as follows. One, approve the application for the proposed preliminary parcel map with exceptions. As Mr. Sauls explained, those exceptions relate to authorizing a lot width of 52.5 feet as opposed to the 60-foot standard. And alternatively, an amending map, in each case removing those certain restrictions described on the 985 Channing Avenue parcel map from back in 1980. The restrictions to be removed are as follows. One, remove. No second story shall be allowed on any structure. Two, remove. No variances, including but not limited to fence exceptions, shall be allowed. Three, remove. The height limit for all structures shall be 13 feet. In conjunction with these approvals, the applicant asks that this commission make the necessary findings in connection with an amending map and the foregoing approvals as described in Palo Alto Municipal Code 21.12 and 21.16.280 if you're interested, but more importantly, conveniently attached as attachment B to the updated staff report. Thank you, commissioners, for considering my statements today. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. So that is the end of the staff and then the applicant presentation. And it's back to the commission either to go to questions or to public comment.
Yes, I was going to go to questions in case there were any first round questions. And then go to public comment. Yeah, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So these are questions of staff. The first question is the staff. There are 3 conditions on the existing map, and I wanted to confirm or clarify that staff's recommendation is that the new parcel map would contain none of those 3 conditions. Am I understanding that right?
That's correct.
Right. Second question of staff. So the staff part of the staff recommendation is to approve for the commission to recommend to the council approval of a preliminary parcel map with exceptions. And the reason for the exceptions is that this lot width of 52.5 feet is shorter than the otherwise required 60 feet. So my memory is, since I've been on the commission, on at least one occasion, we have approved a parcel map with exceptions for a shorter than required lot width. And I just wanted to confirm with staff that there have been instances in the past where the city council has approved a parcel map with an exception as to lot width.
Yes, that is correct. And this subject parcel is one, example in particular. It was already approved at 52.5 feet. So the reason that it's expressed now as a parcel map with exceptions is because we would be reinstating that same dimension, which is still non-conforming to or substandard to the code's requirements of 60 feet. So it's not going to change the dimensions of the lot, but because it's lesser than what is required, that would be the correct process.
Thank you. And then my final question is reacting to some of the public comment that I reviewed from the neighbors who were and their representatives who were reacting to the 2-story home, which has been proposed to the city of Palo Alto through the individual review process. And they were, concerned about some of the impacts of that particular proposed house. But I wanted to clarify where we are procedurally. It's my understanding that IR process as to that proposal has essentially been paused while the city takes up this request to eliminate the conditions from the parcel map, and that it will, if the city council declines to approve the new parcel map so that the 13-foot condition applies, then the IR process would not go forward because they couldn't have a 2-story house. Alternatively, if the council approves, follows staff's recommendation, then the IR process would continue forward with the city requiring the applicant for the 2-story home to make such revisions as are necessary through the IR process. Am I understanding our current posture right?
That's correct. So if it were to be approved by city council, that IR project would then be reopened and reviewed for the applicant to resubmit so that we could continue to process that. If it is not, then that application will be withdrawn.
Thank you, Chair. Those were my questions.
Okay. You're getting just a little bit of breakup, Commissioner Heckman, but we can hear you. Commissioner Reckdahl?
Yeah, this was discussed in the October meeting, the question of whether the deed restrictions or the deed contains these same restrictions. We looked at the deed. I mean, that seems material here. Does the deed have these restrictions? Do we know?
We don't have access to their deed document itself, but it was recorded on the parcel map. Mr. Yang, I'm not sure if you want to add any more to that.
Yeah, so I haven't reviewed the deeds myself, but the neighbors submitted a letter stating that, you know, the deed references the parcel map, which is common, right? The legal description says it's the parcel that is described on the parcel map, and that's the extent of it. I don't believe there's a claim made by any party that the deeds themselves contain restrictions relating to height or variances, et cetera.
Some of the public comment used the phrase deed restriction. I'm not sure if they were being loose with terminology or that they had some knowledge that the deed, because this restriction came in when the property was created. So I would think that it's quite possible that that deed includes this restriction. And that means that even if we change the zoning, this project cannot be legally built if the deed still has this restriction on it.
That may be, but that's a matter outside of the city's purview.
Yeah, but I mean, the city should be approving projects that can't be legally built. That's just not good public policy.
Well, we have control over what we have control over. And
But we also, it'd be relevant for us to pull the deed to see whether the deed includes those restrictions. Wouldn't that guide our decision-making process? What can be
Perhaps
legally
we
built
could-
on this property?
perhaps we could ask the applicant to provide that information.
Mr. Hammond, did you want to address that? I don't know if you have any knowledge of if this is part of the deed.
I would, thank you. So whether or not, to the extent that the grant deed references the restrictions contained on the parcel map, does not create an independent basis for enforcement contained in the deed. The deed is simply pointing to the parcel map, and the parcel map is what controls. If, for example, there was an easement between the properties, the property owners had entered into an agreement that there would be a restrictive easement recorded on the property for the benefit of another property, that would be a private agreement between the parties that would appear on the grant deed or in the record. And that would be a separate enforceable right and would be a deed restriction. But there's no allegation there's any kind of private easement or restrictive covenant or other deed restriction that has any basis other than this, what's referenced external to the deed, which is this parcel map. And this parcel map and the conditions on it are really meant for the purpose of what is best for the public, what's best for the community of Palo Alto from the consideration of Palo Alto as a city and the city agency. It's not about protecting the interests of individual landowners. It would be.
I think that you've answered the question, Mr. Hammond, unless
Thank you very
the
much.
commission has additional questions about the deed.
So does the deed include restrictions? Just that's a yes or no.
The deed cannot contain, it cannot incorporate the restrictions of the parcel map. It can, whether or not it references them.
The deeds on Eichlers in South Palo Alto, they have a deed restriction. Inside the deed, they restrict the construction to a single story. So if it's possible for Eichler deeds, it could be quite possible that this deed would have the same type of restriction.
Yeah, I think, it seems like Mr. Hammond is maybe looking in his records. I think part of what Mr. Yang was indicating is that, when it comes to what is the city's purview, even with the Eichler example, we have additional policy that supports that single story overlay. And so it is supporting something that's in the deed, which I think that's kind of, what Mr. Yang is kind of indicating, where is the city's purview start and end, and our purview is over the map and the parcel, and it's not over the deed actually. And so
that's why we have the single story overlays, that developers were trying to put two-story projects on Eichlers, the city would approve them and the neighbors would have to hire lawyers to prevent the second story from being built.
Right. And I think that's exactly what Mr. Yang is indicating, is that the city's purview is the map. The city's purview is not the deed. And so regardless of what the deed says, the city can make a decision. The PTC can make a recommendation to the council regarding how the city would like the land uses to be governed and how the parcel map should be recorded. And so that's what's before us, is changing that parcel map. If it is in fact referenced in the deed, then they would align. So they would point to a new parcel map. And I think that it's possible that the comment, sometimes folks will use words interchangeably that are not the same, but can seem the same to the public or to folks who are not as involved in land use matters.
Okay. It just seems bad public policy to approve a project that can't legally be built. That doesn't seem to be a smart thing to do. But anyway, thank you.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted clarity on whether or not the deed restriction is agendized tonight.
To the extent that it's part of our deliberation to make a recommendation.
Are we allowed to consider that in our deliberations is the question.
I'm not the attorney, but I think so, yeah.
It sounded like the city attorney said we're not, so that's why I'm asking for clarity.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
So I think it's an acceptable question and, line of inquiry. I guess I was just stating earlier that, that's not something that we can affect one way or another, regardless of what the deed says with our actions. So
does it factor in to our discussion? What I'm really asking, Mr. Yang, and I apologize if it sounds a little bit nuanced. What I'm really asking is, does this line of questioning endanger any recommendation that we may give?
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then for Ms. Tanner, regarding public policy, I recognize my fellow commissioners' concerns about making sure that we spend our time on doing good public policy. So my question is, if things are broken in two places, for example, and we have the purview of being able to fix it in one place and not in the other place, does it seem reasonable to discuss it in the place that we have the ability to make changes in?
I leave the reasonableness to the commission. I certainly have my own thoughts about it, but I think the question before the commission is whether or not you recommend the parcel map adjustments. That is what you have the authority to make decision over. We don't have the deed. It doesn't seem like Mr. Hammond has been able to, he's been able to locate it. You can ask him if he's been able to see if the deed, it references the map or if the deed contains the restrictions in the map. And so I think there's a lot of ways to look at it. I'm not trying to be evasive. It's just, for example, the Eichler example is relevant, but I think it actually illustrates the fact that to effectuate the enforcement of that is actually outside of the city's purview, and they had to file a lawsuit. And the city then reacted with public policy to say, well, we'll just make it this way. This is one house. This is not, something that's going to be a policy that would be, I think, stretching to many, many homes in the same way that the Eichler example it does. So I really think the question for the commission is whether they agree with staff's recommendation that the dangers proposed are there or not, and whether or not it seems reasonable to remove these restrictions. And then if they are in fact in the deed, then that is a matter for the neighbors and the applicant to sort out with the court authorities, quite frankly, because that is where that jurisdiction would lie.
So, okay, thank you. To recap what I think I understood you saying is we should still go through the exercise of this discussion regardless of what's happening in the deed.
I'm not saying a discussion of whether or not the parcel map should be improved. Yes, you can discuss the parcel map regardless of what is in the deed.
And that's what staff is asking us to do.
That is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Chang.
So I had a question about some of the language on packet page 15. It would be the third paragraph down, where the staff report reads, first, the neighbors argue that the Subdivision Map Act and PAMC do not author the removal or amendment of a condition on a final map, providing an analysis of government code section 66469 and PAMC section 21.16.280, which implements government code section 66472.1. This analysis misses the mark, as the application at issue here is approval of a preliminary parcel map, et cetera, et cetera. Mr. Yang, can you explain to me how it misses the mark? Because after reading this paragraph, my question is, okay, even if it misses the mark, can we remove a condition on a final map? So I'm just trying to understand what's going, I'm trying to understand the rebuttal to the argument made by the neighbors.
Okay, so the applicant's letter analyzed a section of the government code 66469 that deals with minor clerical corrections. If you misspelled the name of a street, you can, go through this process to correct that. It also analyzes a section for amendments to final maps, and it sets forth the findings you have to make. And we discuss those findings, and we recommend that you can and should make those findings. The applicants argue that you can't make those findings, but staff disagrees on that point. But more broadly, staff's primary analysis here is that these conditions can be removed through approval of a new preliminary parcel map, followed by approval of a parcel map. Which is a totally separate procedure than the clerical corrections that are contained in 66469, I believe. Yeah. And it's also a totally different procedure from the amending map, which is contained in 66472.1 and Municipal Code section 2116.280. So, okay. Yeah.
Can I just restate to make sure I understand? So you're saying that the section that doesn't authorize the removal of amendment or condition is irrelevant because there's a different section that allows for the removal by going through these other processes that we've talked about.
That's right. So the neighbors analyzed two sections. One of them, which is very narrow and it's just for little clerical changes. One of them that's slightly broader.
Yes, sir.
And they.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hammond, you're unmuted.
Apologize.
Yeah. So they analyze that one section that's just for the clerical changes. They analyze another section, which they believe, the city couldn't make the findings required, and staff believe we could make the findings. And they, but in addition to that, staff believes there's a totally different section that applies and authorizes this as well.
Okay, and so the part that they analyze that has the clerical sections, does that, or does that not allow the removal of an amendment?
It is not intended to apply to this sort of request. But neither staff nor the applicant have suggested that we would rely on that section in any way. Okay,
thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Suma?
Thank you. This seems like a really complicated issue because part of it might be a civil matter and the other part might be under our purview. But I have a question about, I frankly thought it was a deed restriction, but I know these restrictions are recorded at the county level. So where would those restrictions be recorded at the county level? Would they be on the map? Would they be on a deed? Or would they be other places?
Yeah, so deed restrictions would typically be a separate document that is recorded. It could be in language included on the deed itself. But a condition on a parcel map is not a deed restriction.
Okay, then where at the county level why were these incorporated and recorded if they hadn't been presented? I mean, I think what you're saying is that the city's action wouldn't have been recorded at the county level.
Well, there's a difference between being recorded and where it's recorded, right? So I think what Mr. Yang is saying, where are these restrictions? They're on the parcel map for sure. And that is where the city has purview.
Yeah. So parcel maps are recorded at the county as well.
Okay, but would it be recorded on a parcel map if it didn't exist in a legally documented way? Is my question.
You can have items in parcel maps that aren't necessarily in a deed.
But aren't they legally binding?
The recorded map?
Yes.
Yes. So the parcel map is, you know, a legally valid document. It describes the boundaries of the lots. It can describe conditions that apply to those lots.
Okay.
And yeah, you know, but that is distinct because it is a governmental approval. It's distinct from a privately enforceable deed restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Just a comment, others have spoken. I just wanted to say that there is some reference to this in the Roper's Majeski letter of December 22nd at the top of page 2, where they write that the question came up about whether the restrictions are documented in the grant deeds, and they say that with respect to their deed, it is. They don't have a copy of the other deed, but with respect to their deed, it's recorded in the grant deed. And then there's a lot of verbiage there, but anyway, if that's helpful at all. Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you, Chair. So we do have in the administrative record a copy of the grant deed for 991 Channing, the other half of the larger parcel. It's Exhibit 7 to the letter from that owner's counsel. And I'd like Mr. Sauls to pull it up. So this is in the public comment that was distributed to the commission yesterday, which is 116 pages. This is on page 81. And it's the, like I said, it's the grant deed to the current owners of 991. So I work with grant deeds a lot. And grant deeds will show two things. One, they will describe the parcel you own. And second, they will describe rights you have over a neighbor's parcel. So for example, if I have a right, an access right across my neighbor's parcel, my grant deed will say Bart owns, you know, parcel X on Channing Avenue, and he owns this easement over his neighbor. And so if we can, Mr. Sauls, are you able to pull up that? Are you looking for it?
There you go.
I think you have to zoom in a little bit, Garrett.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So and conversely, it's unusual for grant deeds to include restrictions. Those are usually encumbrances against a property which show up on a title report. But here we can see the Rigosa grant deed, and it's from 1980. And you can see in the middle of the page is the legal description of what they own. Parcel A is shown on that certain parcel map filed in 1980, Santa Clara County Records. And that is the reference I think Ms. Atkinson was making in her letter, saying that the parcel map is referenced. And as Mr. Yang said, that's how you describe parcels created by map in a legal description. So what we're seeing here is an indication of the parcel that the Rigosas own and no indication of deed restrictions benefiting them over the adjacent parcel. So that doesn't entirely answer the question of what does it say on the 985 deed, but it's an indication of what we would expect to see. And what I would expect to see is just parcel B as shown on that certain parcel map from 1980. So I wanted to be everybody to be aware that we have this document in our record to review.
Is there anything on the next page of this?
This is the deed of trust. They borrowed money, secured against the property. And again, you can see there, just above where Mr. Sauls has scrolled, the same description of the parcel as parcel A, with no further description of any rights they may have over other parcels.
Was there anything else, Commissioner Heckman?
No, thank you.
Okay. Back to Commissioner Stuma, your hand's still up.
Yep, thank you. Wow, so I'm surprised that the applicant didn't provide their grant deed for this conversation all these months. That would have been helpful. But I have a question. If we take the recommended action tonight, which is to remove the restrictions that the city imposed, is the applicant free to do what they want, or do they have to then remove the restrictions in a civil manner?
So there are not necessarily any restrictions contained outside of the parcel map. It's, perhaps Mr. Hammond can answer if the commission is interested, if he's been able to find the 985 grant deed, but we don't have any reason to believe that there are restrictions contained anywhere other than in the parcel map. With respect to what then can the applicant do, this was a question I believe Commissioner Heckman touched on earlier. They would still then need to apply and have approved their home plans by the city.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are any other questions, we can go to public comment.
Let's see if someone, okay. I see one raised hand. Let me quickly share my timer. And the first speaker is with the username JEA.
Yes, it's Dr. Rigosa, David Rigosa, the owner of 985 Channing.
991.
Sorry, 991 Channing. I was looking at my notes, and he is in my office here, and he's going to be speaking to you. It's unfortunate that we don't have a visual. Is that not possible?
Did you have something that you wanted to display?
No, we just like to be seen and not just heard, as you would be if we were present. Is that not possible? If it's not possible, let's just go ahead.
It hasn't been our practice.
Okay, well, for the record, this is just an oral presentation then, without your ability to see the presenter. Okay, go ahead.
When do I start?
You can start now.
David Rigosa. I am the occupant homeowner of 991 Channing since June 1980. The legally recorded restrictions that are the focus of this meeting actually appear on my parcel map and incorporated into my grant deed, which we have submitted to you previously. I am not just a neighbor. The 1980 subdivision of the original 11,000 square foot lot produced two residences in very close quarters. Along the 40-foot length of each structure, there exists the most minimal and minimum 6-foot setback on each side. The 13-foot height limitation on 985 Channing should be regarded as protections for and owned by 991 Channing. Protections recorded in the 991 Channing parcel map and grant deed from 1980, protections against the destruction of livability at 991 Channing by the proposed construction at 985 Channing. The two-story construction plans show that 985 Channing would tower over the adjoining residence, violating existing scale, livability, privacy, and other criteria. The minimal setbacks cannot support this dominating two-story structure at 985 Channing. Construction would produce a bad row house situation. I was hired as Stanford faculty in June 1980. As a potential purchaser, these protections were essential for the viability of my purchase, and I regarded such as a guarantee of future privacy, livability of my residence. I framed the entire 985 Channing issue as a longtime absentee landlord seeking a large financial windfall from removal of the parcel map restrictions to the great detriment of longtime residents who have had the clearest possible legal protections. The unprecedented act of removing residential parcel map restrictions has no sound legal basis. Of course, such an action would be challenged repeatedly. Please consider what staff is asking you to approve. Inventing new law to double-cross longtime residents who possess the clearest legal protections. How can you support that? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, you would need to unmute yourself.
Just a moment. Okay, how's that?
Yes, we can hear you now.
All right. I'm Jim Weger, and I've owned 975 Channing Avenue since 1965. In 1980, I circulated a petition to deny the subdivision of 991 Channing. I collected 35 signatures from residents on Lincoln and Channing Avenues. This petition was submitted to the Planning Commission on January 30th, 1980. A decision was made and the lot was split, but the restrictions were placed on newly created 985 Channing parcel. These restrictions should be on any title report given to every purchaser of 985 Channing at the time of purchase. That included the applicant, who stated that he, one, became aware of restrictions during the IR process. That is absolutely false. At the time of this purchase of 985 Channing, he stated to me that the height restrictions were of no concern. It was clear to me then that he had no intention to honor the restrictions. Currently, and in spite of the daylight planes, the house at 985 Channing blocks a portion of our natural morning sunlight, as you can see in the attached photos I have submitted for your packets. That photo is one of our window on the wall facing 985 Channing. And as you can see, it is clouded at the lower level because of the given structure as it stands now. And on the second picture, you can clearly see the outline of the roof line at 985 Channing. This is the only window at 975 Channing that sees daylight. The others are bedrooms that are set back and are protected by the existing roof line. So this is the only window that 975 Channing has for daylight purposes in the living room and the dining room, period. And if the restriction is removed from the building at 985 Channing, this gray area in the picture itself will become greater to a great degree. I'm trying to read, I'm trying to pick up where I was. I apologize for my stumbling here. Currently, and in spite of the daylight planes, the house at 985 Channing blocks a portion of our natural morning sunlight. as you can see in the attached photos. I submitted for your packet, sorry, they are of east side facing living room window. I'm repeating myself. The addition of the second story will increase the negative impact to us. We don't wish to see less sunlight because of inexact daylight planes, nor do we want to experience further financial repercussions of continued higher utility bills, as it will stress our fixed incomes and continue to be financial hardship to us. 20 years ago, we planned to construct a second story on our home in order to improve our living conditions. We found the building regulations would not allow our building specs for height. Thus, this eliminated our ability to place living quarters on a second floor. We sadly modified our plans and only built a small storage attic that met all zoning ordinances and codes. I ask you to deny removing the long-standing restrictions that set on 985 Channing. Honor the city's promise and help maintain our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. I see one more hand from Ms. Wigger. And I see that Ms. Wigger lowered her hand. So I will move on to Mr. Oh, I see Ms. Wigger again raised her hand.
Thank you. This is Beverly Wieger, and I reside with my husband, Jim, at 975 Channing Avenue. In 1980, the city of Palo Alto PTC and council made a promise to us, the adjacent neighbors to 985 Channing, to restrict the height of any home built at 985 Channing. The restrictions were not arbitrary. They were founded as valuable and essential for our livability and quality of life, something the current Palo Alto City Council members state as a goal for their all Palo Alto residents. The applicant's attorney has called the restrictions, quote, blunt instruments, unquote. As building codes, the SFIR or other regulations have changed over time. But what is not changed is the fact that Jim and I still live next to 985 Channing, and that should be respected. The legally documented promise in 1980 should remain solid while we continue to live at 975 Channing, our home of well over 50 years. That promise, which has no sunset clause, should be upheld and considered our fundamental right as long-term resident property owners. It was stated earlier by the applicant that if a taller house is built at 985 Channing, it would not harm neighbors. That's not true. For 40 years, and in spite of daylight planes, as Jim pointed out, we've witnessed the reduction of east side sunlight into our home. That occurred when 985 Channing was built. And if you had dug back to the exhibit photos, that's great. If not, I encourage you to do so. This has impacted us. Should the height of 985 Channing increase anymore, and again, in spite of daylight planes, I can promise you we will see further reduction of sunlight. We have felt financial repercussions of less light and warmth through higher utility bills. Eliminating the promised height restriction will not change that situation, and the impact will only worsen, and because we are on fixed incomes, as Jim mentioned, it will be a hardship for us. Another item stated previously by the applicant was that two-story homes dominate the structures of the neighborhood. That's something that was sort of alluded to today also, is the neighborhood. I found the applicant's calculations were not really complete. They only considered the homes in what was called the Boyce Addition, and that's akin to gerrymandering. It's a lopsided geographic consideration of homes near 985 Channing. They did not count the homes across the street on Channing. They did not count those directly around the corner on Lincoln. If homes on both sides of the streets, as well as flag lots within a simple 1 block's radius of 985 Channing are considered, one would find there's an equal number of single-story homes as there are two-story homes. Regarding that same issue, the staff report continues to mislead all by printing erroneous information that may be outdated. The privacy concerns in your packet, page 14, indicate, quote, the predominant pattern on the block appears to be two-story homes, unquote. However, if they just count those homes alone, just that 1 block of Channing, 2 sides, including flag lots, There will be found 6 two-story homes, 10 single-story homes, and 1 former two-story home, which is currently in the build process of becoming a single-story home. So the actual predominant pattern, if you just consider that one block of Channing, is single-story. My strong request to this commission is to honor and uphold the promise made to us in 1980 and maintain the restrictions on the parcel of 985 Channing Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Loftus.
Thank you, Commission. My name is David Loftus. My wife,
Mr.
Juanita.
Loftus, can we pause the time? Mr. Loftus, you may have, if you're on 2 devices, that may be causing an echo.
Put your computer out of the room. Take it away.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse me. All right. I'll
Start the
begin
time,
again.
Mr. Chava.
My name is David Loftus. My wife, Juanita, our 2 boys and I live at 911 Lincoln Avenue. Together, we stand in firm opposition to the proposed preliminary parcel map for 985 Channing or any other legal instrument that would remove the long existing height restriction of 13 feet. The height restriction and other restrictions have been in place for many years, and all previous owners of 985 Channing have abided by these restrictions. Kudos to those previous owners for following the rules with integrity. I note with some consternation that the current applicants, Frank Dunlap and Pai Min Lin, were, quoting from the staff report, notified of the height limitation during the individual application review process. That notification should have taken place much earlier, even before the submission of plans took place. This whole mess might have been avoided if the applicant had been notified of the height restriction in a timely fashion. I'd like to comment on some of the City of Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan policies, since several of those were cited in the staff report. Policy L-1.6, encourage land uses that address needs of the community and manage change and development to benefit the community. Existing homeowners adjacent to 985 Channing are part of the community too. It's not just about the applicant. Policy L-1.11, hold new development to the highest development standards in order to maintain Palo Alto's livability and achieve the highest quality development with the least impacts. Livability and impacts for the existing long-term homeowners are very much at stake. Removing the parcel height restriction would be a violation of this policy. Policy L-6.4, in areas of the city having a historic or consistent design character, encourage the design of new development to maintain and support the existing character. The staff report missed this one. Our neighborhood has many older homes. Removing the height restriction to allow a modern, much too large second-story home to dwarf the existing homes is a bad idea. Policy L-6.8, support existing regulations that preserve exposure to natural light for single-family residences. This is a big one. It should have been mentioned in the staff report, but wasn't. Removing the existing height limitation at 985 Channing would have a profound negative impact on natural light for the existing adjacent homeowners. The city needs to support the existing regulation, a legally recorded height restriction on the parcel map that is working well to preserve exposure to natural light for the adjacent homeowners, an important aspect of livability. A new parcel map that completely disregards the well thought out intentions of the current parcel map restrictions would be wrong and would be a violation of this policy. I will close by pointing out that the families who live in the homes immediately adjacent to 985 Channing are owner occupants. Collectively, these 3 homes have been owned and occupied for 126 years. The current owners of 985 Channing, on the other hand, have never lived at 985 Channing Avenue. They live in San Francisco. They are absentee landlords. That's 0 owner-occupied years. Let's give the adjacent homeowners who live in the neighborhood and who have sustained the neighborhood a chance to maintain the livability of their homes. Respectfully submitted, David and Juanita Loftus and boys. Thank you very much for hearing my concerns.
Okay, thank you. And I see one more raised hand by a person with the username JEA, and they already shared their comments, Chair allowing. What should I do? Oh, they lowered their hand right now. They raised their hand again.
At this time, I don't believe we're adding additional public comment. So unless there's a different speaker, I don't think that they have more time, Chair.
That's right. I think she was with another person who spoke, but I don't know that there's anything different here, so.
Yeah, can we perhaps unmute the speaker just to clarify if it's a different person in the same location?
Yeah.
Yes, it is a different speaker, and I would like to have a moment for public comment, if I may.
So, sure, we're just trying to be clear here on the rules and regs. So
Yes,
you're
I
speaking now
understand.
this time on your own as opposed to being in the room with another speaker. Is that the
That's
distinction?
correct. That's
Okay.
correct. It was simpler for us
Okay.
to
That's fine.
have both in the same room. Okay,
That's
so,
fine.
I would like to point out that there's a mistake in the staff report at page 15. In the administrative record, I have submitted 3 pieces of correspondence. One was omitted, and the one that was omitted in the staff report was December 30, 2020, in addition to the December 15 and December 22, December 15, December 22, 2021 letters. So I've submitted a total of 3 letters, and I hope that the commissioners will take the time to review those. Contrary to Mr. Hammond's argument, the applicant's real property, he said the applicant's real property is not like, is like every other parcel in the neighborhood. That's not right. This parcel is unique. And I think that the staff has recognized that because of the comments that, you know, this is a procedurally vexing area. This is an esoteric area of the law. The application appears to present novel issues. The staff is unaware of how the term fee owners of real property should be interpreted. I did not hear any of those questions answered really by the applicant's attorney. And so I think one thing that's very important to remember, I've already said this in my correspondence, but it bears repeating, which is if this body finds in the negative on any of the positive findings they're supposed to make under GC Government Code 66747, then it shall deny the application. And I think that contrary to Mr. Hammond's argument, we're getting the cart before the horse when we consider when you're talking about land use policies. The staff report seems to place more emphasis on the land use policies than it does on the law, and I think Commissioner Heckman clarified that tonight. The staff conclusion that on balance, the map is consistent with the comprehensive plan and policies is faulty, because before those policies can come into play, the proposed action has to be legally supported. And I disagree, all due respect, with Mr. Hammond and with the staff attorneys. And the speakers before me have already pointed out that you've omitted, if you're looking at policies, you've omitted 2 very, very important policies. The historic and consistent design character, that's to be encouraged and protected. And then also the daylight, preserving the exposure to natural light for single family residences. The staff report shows that there are recommendations, for example, by the planner Arnold Mamarala that are at odds with Saul's staff report. But very quickly, I do not also think that you can make the finding that the staff suggested, that the city council has to ultimately be required to make findings as if the lots were being created in their current configuration. And the most relevant question in these circumstances is whether the findings can still be made in the absence of conditions limiting height. And no, they cannot, in my opinion. You cannot, for all the reasons that have been said by the presenters tonight and by others. You know, you do have here a covenant between parcel A and parcel B, and it is referred in the deed. The restrictions themselves are not referred, but I would submit to you respectfully and to any court of law that it was the intent of the parties that the deeds have these restrictions. And it was also the intent of you, the commissioners, to protect the adjacent neighbors, and some of whom you heard from tonight, in agreeing with the original developer to impose these restrictions on the properties. And really what's, you know, the two key findings, the burden not to impose any additional burden on the present fee owner, I'll not alter any right, title, or interest in the real property reflected on the recorded map. Those cannot be made. Neither one of those can be made. The real property reflected on the recorded parcel map is parcel A and parcel B. And certainly you are impacting the right, title, and interest of Dr. Rigosa.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Okay, if you approve these, the staff recommendations, I would urge the council to consider this very carefully. Also, just as a matter of procedure.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Ms. Eva.
Let me just say one thing. As a matter of procedure, I want to be very clear that I believe the applicant, I believe that this will have to go to the town council for approval if it is approved tonight. And then the interested parties may have a right of approval, a right of appeal of the town council, depending on what the town council decision is. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, it does go to council. Okay, we're now back to commissioners. So we can start actual discussion rather than questions of staff. So I will look for hands and who would like to speak. Commissioner Heckman, thank you.
Commissioners, Vice Chair Suma often breaks the silence by offering to go first, and I was waiting for her to do that, but since she held back, I'm leading off for no particular reason. So actually, I want to start my remarks by, first of all, I appreciate all of the public comment that we received tonight from the applicant, from the neighbors, and from the counsel for one of the neighbors. I did hear from two of the neighbors, part of their comments, a reaction to the house, the two-story house that has been proposed. And this really relates to that question I had asked earlier about where are we in the IR process. And I don't know how this is going to turn out when council rules on it. But one thing I do know is the house that was proposed is not going to be built. If you look at, I think it's Exhibit 6 to Ms. Atchison's, one of her letters, she includes the whole IR packet, including 8 pages of critical comments by staff on what was proposed. So that design is not before us tonight. But I just want everybody to understand that design, if it goes forward, is under scrutiny, like every IR application is under scrutiny, to make sure that any second story built meets the requirements of the city of Palo Alto. So I want to start with the neighborhood context. I have toured the area, and I found a mix of 1- and 2-story houses in the area generally. The owner of 975 spoke tonight and said, her analysis, there may be an even number of each 1- and 2-story homes. And I didn't quantify, but I think that's about right. There's a mix of the two. And the 3 closest neighbors, all of whom have provided comment, either have a 2-story home, that's 911 Lincoln, or they have a right under City of Palo Alto rules to build a second story. And I think that's an important piece of information for us to remember, is that it may have been 40 years ago that there were fewer 2-story homes in this neighborhood, but the trend, notwithstanding this interesting example that one of the neighbors spoke about tonight, is given land values, people are generally building up. So over time, I would expect to see more 2-story homes, not just in this neighborhood, but throughout all of Palo Alto's single family residents. When we look at the characteristics of the particular property, 985 Channing, and again, I went to the site and looked, there is nothing unique about this parcel physically that I could see that would require a special rule giving it a unique limitation that does not apply to any other residential parcel in Palo Alto. There's nothing physically different about this parcel. It's small, but in fact, it's not so small that it even qualifies as substandard as defined in our code. So despite the fact that it's a pretty typical small, but not quite substandard lot, it has this unique restriction. It's the only parcel in Palo Alto that we've been made aware of where the height limit is 13 feet. And I thought that the project architect made a noteworthy point at our October 13th meeting when she said that the result of this condition is that this parcel is more restricted than any substandard lot, because substandard lots in Palo Alto are allowed 17 feet of height, even though they are smaller than this lot. So I just wanted to set context in this initial rounds. I have more comments, but I'll hold those for round 2. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Chang. Oops, Mr. Sauls, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that Mr. Hammond did send the Planning Commission, and I can share my screen to show a copy of the deed, deed title, the grant deed for 985 Channing Avenue. And they have a very similar representation for their title, their information, as what we had identified for 991 Channing. This was highlighted by Commissioner Heckman about this parcel A, parcel B scenario. And then in addition to that, in response to Mrs. Atchison's comment about the letter sent on December 30th, that is included in the public comment attachment to the staff report. So it is available and it is on the agenda and the webpage, and was sent to or made available to the commissioners and the public as a part of this review.
Mr. Sauls, on that title you just put up there, I happened to see I thought it was a notary from 2002. A little bit further. 2000. It looks to be 7/28/2000. Right. Okay. Just it's not the document from 1980. That's just what I wanted to determine. Okay. Anyway, I apologize. Continue. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Chair. So we find ourselves in a very strange situation, a unique situation, and I feel for all parties involved. That said, as I looked at our instructions, I had a really hard time making the findings or reverse findings, as the case may be. So I was looking at the map amendment requirements. And I just cannot find that the modifications do not impose an additional burden on the present fee owner of the property, given that the parcel map governs both parcels, and removing the restriction would most definitely burden Mr. Rigosa, who's the owner of the other parcel, right? It's one parcel map governing both parcels. A change to it negatively affects the other parcel. I also can't find that the modifications don't alter any right, title, or interest in the real property. It definitely alters a right, it seems. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what the legal definition of all these words are, but it changes some of the protections for the property, most certainly. And then I also walked the neighborhood many months ago and did a little tally on a map of whether houses were 1-story or 2-story. And it's not a predominantly 2-story neighborhood. I didn't see that. There's a mix of 1-story and 2-story. And the conditions that affect the neighboring properties haven't changed. And the height restriction was put in place specifically because of those concerns. So I can't make those 3 findings. Aside from those there's a larger issue where I wonder, I feel like it puts the city in a bad position. What weight does the city's commitment carry if we can simply reverse the commitments? Neighbors wouldn't have agreed to the subdivision if they knew that the city would go back on its word. And in doing this, we're effectively, if we remove the height restriction, what I struggle with is that at the time 985 Channing was purchased, these restrictions were already in place, and the grant deed does refer to the parcel map. So this is known information, or should have been known information, right? Like when, and all prior owners abided by these rules. By changing them now, we're effectively redistributing wealth. And so that concerns me also. Those are my initial comments. Thanks.
Commissioner Sumo.
Thank you. Yeah, this does seem like a tricky one, and I'm well, first of all, thank you to all the public speakers, and thank you to staff for this staff report. Has a lot of information in it that's sort of new, actually, or at least explained in more detail. And I too am very uncomfortable with this, because for us to go back and remove it this time, these 3 restrictions that the neighbors have relied on, and at least 2 of them since the time they were imposed for a very long time, doesn't feel like the right thing to do. And it does seem like the applicant, the owner of 985, did know about these restrictions and still chose to invest in the property. So as to, yeah, I've been to the site also, and I do agree that it's a mix of 1- and 2-story homes, which this staff report does reflect, actually. And also that block is uniquely dense because of the flag lot situation, especially that side of the block. And I don't know if you would call that east or west or south. It's a confusing block because it's where things start changing and going on more of a different angle. So regardless of whether it's unusual to have these exceptions contained in a parcel map, and it would be hard for me to say that no other such restrictions are contained in parcel maps because in Palo Alto, because I don't have any information about that, and I don't see how staff could know that either because we haven't looked at them all. And I think it's really important that all neighbors should be treated alike, and that all parties have interests here that I think are real, but it doesn't seem to me like removing the restrictions is a clear answer to the problem. So I'll stop there.
Commissioner Rupavar?
Thank you. I had a question for City Attorney Yang. When it says under, I think the reverse findings for the amendment of the parcel map, where it says
Which page?
On packet page 23, number 2, where it says the modifications don't impose any additional burden on the present fee owner of the property. The property being referred to, that's 991. Is that 991 Channing? How does that work? Like, I assume 991 and 985 have separate VPN numbers, so they're separate fees, and the property that's being referred to is 985, and the fee owner is just the owner of 985. Is that correct or not? Because of the A, B, and the parcel. Can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, so I don't think it's clear what is meant by the present fee owner of the property. I think that could be interpreted to mean either, the owner of the applicant property, or to mean the owners of both properties. I think those are both properties shown on the map. I think those are both acceptable interpretations. I guess I want to point out in this document that there are 3 sets of findings here, right? Under bold letter A, bold letter B, and bold letter C. And the findings under bold letter A and B are the findings required for a preliminary parcel map with exceptions. And so if I'm hearing, we've heard concerns from some commissioners about making the findings under bold letter C. Even if you are unable to make the findings under bold letter C, if you are able to make the findings under bold letters A and B, then that would be a recommendation for approval of the preliminary parcel map. But if you are unable to make the findings under bold C and either bold A or bold B, then that would be a recommendation for denial of the application.
So I had a follow-up question on that. Could you just clarify why it could refer to 985 or 991? Is it because there's the A and B? Like in a normal circumstance, it wouldn't. If you just took a property and you said, I don't know, 100 Flower Lane, the property would be 100 Flower Lane. Why in this instance? Is it because of the split?
So it's because these are the findings required to amend a parcel map. And typically parcel maps will have multiple parcels, but when they are split, they're under sole ownership, right? So at the time that the parcel map is recorded, you have one owner of all of these parcels, and then they're split so that they can be sold separately for conveyance, right? Separate conveyance. It's unclear to me under the scheme for amending a map that is, a final map that has been recorded and it could be amended, as in this case, decades later, how to interpret that phrase, the present fee owner of the property. It could be interpreted to be, just one property, the person who is seeking to make a change to the map, or it could mean, this would require a little bit of stretching from the precise language, but it could reasonably also mean the present fee owners of the properties shown on the map.
And is there any case law or precedent even in the city and how we've interpreted, or just in?
I've not found any precedent in the state on the interpretation of these findings.
Oh, interesting. And in Palo Alto, we don't have any precedent.
We've never considered an amending map before.
Got it.
To my knowledge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rectal. unmute, please?
I thought I get it. Okay, there we go. I mean, this is difficult. I understand why the applicant would want that. And if the applicant were in the vacuum, I would happily support them. But they're not in a vacuum. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Chang's assessment about bold letter C, and with regard to bold letters A, items 1 and 2, I can't find that this change addresses the need of the community or benefits the community, because there are 4 parties in this issue, the applicant and 3 neighbors. And from the applicant standpoint, it's very beneficial. But from the 3 neighbors, it's not beneficial. This project benefits the applicant, but does not benefit the community as a whole. So I can't find for those items. I mean, these restrictions are part of a legal agreement. The neighbors relied on these restrictions when they purchased their home, and the applicants knew about these restrictions when they bought the home. It's not a surprise. These are well-standard agreements. And the changing the rules now, I feel it's unfair, and I feel it hurts the city's credibility. So this is very problematic. And the claim that the IR process would protect the neighbors, I think that's a little misleading, because at best, the IR process will reduce some of the impacts, but it won't prevent impacts. And the IR process is very subjective. And so it's difficult to say what protection, if any, the IR process will provide the neighbors. So I do find this very problematic. Thank you.
Other commissioners? Ms. Templeton or Mr. Heckman?
I do have more remarks, but Chair, I wanted to give you an opportunity to give some preliminary remarks first.
Okay, okay. Yeah, we've had this since October, and in October I said some of these things, so it'll be a repeat, because I've studied all of the input from not only the public, but both attorneys. I do find the summary from Roper's Majeski pretty on point with respect to the issues, and some of my colleagues have already stated these things, but I'm glad that Commissioner Rectal just threw in the discussion about individual review. Even staff said it's intended to sort of essentially mitigate some of the problems there. But if you don't ever put up a second story, then you don't have to mitigate any problems. This thing, as we already know, has been here since 1980, been represented by the city to them. It is different in terms of that, but so what? That's just how it happened. I don't think it's compelling to me that just because this is different than what other people have on their maps. Others have noted, and I walked the neighborhood as well. I think it's about 50-50. So I don't think there's this sort of massive change in the neighborhood that, you know, this is the only one-story house. And I just substantially would support, align my comments with Commissioner Chang, who I thought articulated the arguments quite well. Other commissioners? Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. So I do understand the reasons why this condition was included in the 1980 map. It was helpful to have speakers actually involved from that time frame to add color to that. But at that time, we didn't have a mechanism to address second story design issues that we do now. It's the individual review process, which applies throughout Palo Alto. And the purpose of that, incidentally, is to balance property rights, which are held by the owner of the property, with privacy interests. And I purposefully use the word interests, not rights there, because that's what they are. They're privacy concerns. These neighbors don't have rights over this property or any property absent a document that gives them actual rights. And so that's the point of the IR process, is to balance rights versus concerns. And I have confidence that that process, which has been in place for a long time and has been revised over time and refined, does its job. So consider this, though. If someone in Palo Alto was proposing a 2-story home, and their neighbor during the IR process objected and said they should only be allowed a 13-foot tall 1-story home, there is no set of circumstances where this city would agree and impose that 13-foot one-story limit. And that would be true even if the applicant was the owner of 991, the property on the corner that was part of the subdivision, and the objector was 985, our applicant tonight. In law, like other fields, there's a right tool for every job. Back in 1980, the tool that the landowner and the neighbors chose to use to limit height was a condition on a map approved by the city in its discretion. It didn't have to, the law didn't require the city to approve that condition. It used its discretion to impose that. But there's a different tool that could have been chosen, a covenant or a set of CC&Rs. So a condition on a map is something that the discretion that a city has the discretion to impose and the discretion to remove. By contrast, a covenant is between private parties only. The city has no say in that. And this really relates to something Commissioner Reckdahl just said about an agreement. There is no agreement here. There is a condition imposed by the city. It's a rule. By contrast, a covenant or CC&Rs is an agreement. Now, I've been, for example, involved in a number of covenants where an uphill property owner concerned about his or her view bought the property below them when it came up for sale, imposed a covenant on it, recorded a deed restriction that said you can't build above a certain height, and then sold the property. And in that scenario, that's a binding private agreement that can be enforced in court. And a city may treat that the same way that they would with an easement. They won't let somebody build across an easement. In 1980, the owner of both of these parcels and the neighbors had the ability to record a covenant rather than to ask the city to impose a map condition. But by instead choosing a map condition, that owner and those neighbors gave the city the discretion to remove that condition in the future. It's not the city's job to rescue an owner or neighbors from a choice made 40 years ago. And I don't think it's the city's role to perpetuate a limitation that uniquely applies to only one ununique parcel in the entire city. I do think that the preliminary parcel map findings can be made as stated in Part A of Attachment B. I think that the conditional exception findings can be made as stated in Part B of Attachment B. And I think that the amending map findings can be made as stated in Part C of Attachment B. And I just want to make a point on this issue of neighbors' consent and how these things are interpreted. I think that property here, that these conditions, these findings, the meaning of property is the parcel seeking the amendment. And the reason I state that is that we're dealing with a little 2-lot parcel map here, but there are parcel maps of 100 units, 200 units. I've dealt with some of them. And the thought that 100 or 200 neighbors have to consent to a change on one parcel, I've never seen any indication that that is the intent of any aspect of the Subdivision Map Act. So I do think that staff adequately made the findings, and I would support staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate what Commissioner Heckman just described. I've been trying to figure out how to describe my perspective on this, and I think he nailed it with the description of the choice of how this was carried out. And I also want to acknowledge some of the comments made by other commissioners tonight about the concerns about the benefits to the neighbors and things like that. And it's the only way that's coming to mind to describe it is that the neighbors have already benefited for 42 years from the situation as it is at present. So it's not like that benefit hasn't happened. The question is, would changes affect any other benefits in the community? And I recognize that's what we're talking about, but I do want to acknowledge that has already been a longstanding agreement in which people have been able to enjoy it as it was. What I'm looking at, the change that's been requested, what's really coming to mind is the fairness of singling out one particular property from the city's perspective. And it does seem really odd and unfair to me that we are maintaining a separate rule just for that one lot. And I understand how it came to be, but that's where I'm coming from. It seems very odd, especially given that we have other tools that are in place right now to manage height and construction concerns, privacy concerns, neighborliness, neighborhood feel, all of those things are now covered in a different way that seems more appropriate to me. So I do think that the city staff has made the case, and I'm inclined to support this staff recommendation as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Rivera.
Thank you. I am also inclined to support the staff recommendation. I'll just go quickly through my thought process. The grant deed, we saw both of them. There's nothing in there that creates any sort of private right. This is a condition that was part of a parcel map imposed by the city, and it can be removed by the city as such, depending on what the city feels is right for the city, and given the new tools and processes in place. And I can make the findings in section A. I can also make the findings in section B. With respect to the findings in section C, I agree with Commissioner Heckman. My interpretation of fee owner of the property is that single parcel for the reasons he stated. That's how I've always seen it interpreted. I'm surprised to hear there's no case law or precedent on it in terms of how it's interpreted. And I'll keep it at that just to keep it short, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just respond very briefly to Commissioner Heckman's comments. I think that the point is that we guaranteed this property owner 30 years ago something, and now we're saying, just kidding, because the times have changed. It wasn't a 10-year lease or a 20-year ground lease. It was, a law that was an interpretation of the law that they did. And I almost heard you saying, well, if you had better attorneys, you could have gotten an agreement. I don't think that's what you're saying, but this isn't about the twists and turns of the legalities. It's about what our commitment was, and the fact that there's really no compelling reason, changes in the neighborhood, et cetera, to change it. We should just maintain that commitment. Every single property owner has known about this because it is recorded. I won't use the wrong lawyerly term of deed. It is recorded legally to give this person the right, or it would have changed before. So apart from the legalese, I don't find that argument compelling. Commissioner Chang?
Thank you. I just wanted to also respond to something that Commissioner Heckman said, and I appreciate his perspective and wisdom. It was a comment that he made about, if a parcel map governs 200 parcels, it would be inappropriate, I think. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but basically that was the gist of it for, 200 neighbors to chime in every time one parcel is changed. And I think where I'm struggling with this is such a unique situation, and it does sound like there isn't a lot of precedent on it, because the change isn't to a boundary, it's a change to a condition on the parcel map that directly affects the other parcel on the map. So it's a little bit, you know, it's a little bit different. So I'm not sure it's quite the apples to apples comparison there, but that, and I'm struggling with how unique the situation is. I also understand that it is legally, if we go through the preliminary parcel map process, the city's legally allowed to change these restrictions. But even if we are legally allowed to, I question in this particular situation whether it's wise to, given the commitment that was made to the people who are still in the neighboring properties. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma?
I don't know if we're ready to entertain a motion, or if my
Sure,
colleagues.
we can still discuss that after it's made.
Okay, so I am compelled by what I just heard from some of my colleagues, and everybody made really good points, but I don't think the relationship here is similar to one where 100 parcels were involved. This is a relationship between two parcels, parcel A and B, that both relied on the same restriction. And in 1980, maybe they didn't realize they should have made a covenant, but I think it's very clear that the neighbors relied on this to be a choice, a restriction for perpetuity, and that all parties involved know what's going on. So it's really unfortunate, but I can't make the findings. I can't make the exception findings.
So what's the motion?
Oh, okay. So I would like to make an alternate motion that staff suggested. Number one, the PTC recommend that city deny the proposed preliminary parcel map with exceptions, and alternatively an amending map because one or more of the required findings cannot be made. And I can let you know what those findings are. I think finding them.
Wait, let's just make sure we get a second.
Okay.
Procedures.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Chang seconded. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Suma.
Okay, so I think that the under A2, I think there's equally compelling comprehensive plan arguments. It's a wash for me because they're equally compelling arguments, so I can't make that one. And then under B, the exceptions, I do not believe it's a unique burden for this property because it's had the restrictions since it was made and everyone has known that. Under 2, I do think they have the same property rights. They just agreed to a restriction. I do believe under 3 that the granting of the exception will be detrimental. Can't make that because I do believe there is injury to other properties. And then under C, I cannot make 1, 2, or 3 of the amending map findings. And I think even the discussion with our city attorney about the present fee owner being so hard to interpret and reasonable to interpret in 2 different ways is very compelling. So that is my motion and the reasons for it.
Commissioner Chang, would you like to speak to your second?
I think Commissioner Suma summed it all up so well that there's no need to go through. I had the similar logic for all the identical various findings.
Okay, Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I had my hand up before the motion, so I'm sorry if this is a line of question slightly adjacent to the motion, but I wanted to clarify if Mr. Yang could answer the question of what the city's commitment was. We've heard a lot of commissioners referring to the city's promise to keep it this way in perpetuity. And I just wondered if he could speak to that, if that was indeed the case.
Sure. Well, I think it's certainly that the commission is entitled to, view this as perhaps a commitment, but technically, I guess I would say that this is a parcel map. A condition on a parcel map is similar to other regulatory action by the city, which means that, these are the rules that we create, and what we are committed to do is not change them without following our process for changing those rules. So for example, if we have a zoning in place for a parcel, that's the zoning until we duly enact a change to that zoning. And we have processes that require public hearings and the opportunity for public comment, and 2 readings of an ordinance, and hearings before the PTC and the city council in order to ensure that there is a sufficient process when we do that. But that's our commitment, is to follow that process if we are going to make a change.
And we have made other changes to zoning and other changes to maps and things like that in the history of the city.
Yes.
Yes. And one more comment about the legalese. It's interesting to me because I'm one of the few on here who doesn't have the legal training. But how closely should we be looking at it? It's labeled as quasi-judicial. How do these legal terms and nuances of legal agreements, should they factor into our decision?
So I would say I think Commissioner Chang summarized it well, which is that from staff's perspective, we believe that the commission and the city absolutely has the right to make changes to these conditions. And we believe it can be made in one of 2 ways. And that, we recommend it, if you are going to make the change, make the findings for both ways, just to be, especially secure. However, as Commissioner Chang stated, the city is not required to exercise its discretion in that way. And so if a majority of the commissioners are unable to make those findings, then that would be the recommendation.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely think there are plenty of places for us to disagree. I just wanted to make sure that we're focusing on the matters of opinion and not disqualifying things that are legal because they're legal. So I won't be supporting this motion, and I appreciate the answers to the questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion either, primarily for the reasons I explained earlier, and I won't belabor those. But I did want to react to a couple of comments I heard, and really these dovetail with Commissioner Templeton's questions of Mr. Yang. I heard our chair talk about a guarantee made by the city to a group of people 40 years ago. And I think that that's an inaccurate description. The only guarantee, if you will, that the city made is that this is the rule until, if ever, we change it. Because this is akin to any kind of zoning regulation. Our next agenda item tonight is going to look at approving a series of home sites or density increases, which once approved by the city will result in upzoning of large swaths of the city, but not the low density residential, if we follow the housing committee's recommendations. All of those properties currently have a zoning, and the city did not guarantee that all of those zonings would stay the same. Just like they don't guarantee that our setback requirements will always be the same, and they don't guarantee that you can't build 2 single-family homes on a single lot in a residential area because SB9 now allows you to do that. And so it's not really a guarantee. It's just the rule until it's changed. And that really relates to this concept of reliance on restrictions in perpetuity. I've read the parcel map and it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that in perpetuity, there shall be, a restriction of 13 feet. So I don't believe anybody had the right to rely on these restrictions lasting forever if they understood how our zoning and land use works. Thank you.
Other comments on the motion? If there are none, Ms. Kacheva, could you call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Hackman,
No.
Chair Lowry,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexel,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparwar,
No.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
No.
Motion carries 4-3.
Okay, thank you, and thanks to commissioners for very thoughtful debate of all sides. We are now at 8:08, and I think this would be a good time to take about a 10-minute break before we jump on to the next big issue. Does that work for everybody? So maybe let's go to 8:17, and we'll return. Thanks. items. Can I still be heard?
I think, are we all here?
Chair, did you want us to speak to our no votes?
That'd be fine. Please proceed.
Thank you. I think that it is important for us to be able to make changes to decisions that we think may not have been the right ones or may have been better handled through another mechanism. And it's okay to be able to change things sometimes for the best interest of the city. And so that's sort of my perspective on this thing. Is it should have been handled a different way. It has since been handled a different way. And in my opinion, the case was made to make the changes that were requested. Thank you.
Anyone else want to comment? Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, just to say I appreciate the, as always, the robust discussion. And, you know, the council now has a recommendation and hopefully we've given them some things to chew on.
Definitely, all sides. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the housing element site selections action. This is a review and recommendation of the 23 to 31 housing element sites and associated unit yields. Was a recommendation from the housing element working group to staff, and staff is now recommending that to us. I'm having, by the way, just a little bit of internet problem, which I've never had before, so I'm concerned, but I've alerted our vice chair to this point. So if I go down, she's going to come up. So I want to, before we go to the staff report, I just want to make a few comments to kind of sort of frame the discussion. I'm kind of wearing my chair hat, but also I'm on the housing element as co-chair, and I've also invited my co-chair, Cheryl Klein, to join us tonight as a resource on the item, and could offer any comments that she'd like to make as well. We both are on that, and we've been in the trenches on site selection for a number of months, so you might be able to benefit from that. And of course, Commissioner Reckdahl is also a member of that committee. So, you know, after that, staff will give the report as normal. We'll do a round of questions to staff as normal. We'll go to public comment. When we come back to the commission, we'll discuss this with staff. I think the game plan for discussion is to actually take a look at each of these strategies for adding housing as listed in the staff report, sort of one by one, and then move on to the next. And I really would like to try to get through all of them before any motions are made, just so that we have kind of the gestalt of the whole package. And then we can go back and, you know, debate which ones. And so then after that, when we get to a motion, obviously PTC can move to support the working group and staff motion as it is. They can reject it, or they can support it with amendments. So that's the game plan. Is that good? Any questions about that? Nope. Okay. So just a couple of questions. Compiling this at the working group, this inventory was enormously intense and time consuming. We divided up into small groups and reviewed sites either on foot, door to door, looking at them, or from a computer looking at city maps. Then staff reviewed all of this multiple times and signed off on it. I think you'll hear staff say that this is still fluid. Changes are going to still have to be made. when new information comes to light, when there are mistakes that are found, when a new project goes forward that wasn't anticipated, when the rate of ADUs changes and so on. So this is not kind of chipped in stone. But most importantly, I think it's critical for us to understand that what we're seeing tonight is basically a capacity analysis of potential housing units. Nothing in this recommendation is at the project level by intent. And the last thing is that actual building of these units is definitely not on the table for PTC tonight. Many of these sites will require lots of heavy lifting from council with respect to assessing and planning infrastructure needs in respective neighborhoods, making zoning and other municipal code changes. And that's well down the road, not on our list for tonight. And the other one, of course, is that 57% of these numbers are supposed to be moderate to low income, and there's funding needed for that. So that's not in parameters for tonight. We'll get to it later, but now I'd like to see if Cheryl would like to add any comments. Unmute.
Thanks, Ed, for inviting me tonight, and it's nice to see all of you. I do want to make some quick comments. Before, when the working group set out to do their work, we prioritized our strategies for where we thought housing should be located. And the group felt strongly that a top strategy should be to locate future housing near transit. And a lot of the sites that we've identified are within a quarter of a mile to transit, either Caltrans or VTA bus routes. They're really where dense housing should be. Stanford also during the process brought us 3 possible sites, 2 of which are in Palo Alto proper. And one of them is a real gem. And I was disappointed that the brightness of this gem didn't bubble up. The site has, it's right next to the transit center site, which is right next to the Caltrain station downtown. It's 6 acres and there's no housing around it. And when Stanford presented it to us, they presented a range of options. And currently it's on the plan, but at the lowest density. So I hope when you discuss the sites, you'll look at this site and realize that it's really ripe for more density and would be a really great place to put dense housing right next to transit. It fulfills so many goals of the city, not only for our housing element, but also for sustainability. So I'm happy to answer any questions during the process, and thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wong, I think you're going to lead this and take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Tim Wong. I'm a senior planner working on the housing element update, and it's good to see all of you again. So if we could bring up the presentation, please. And Clara will be happy, will be helping me with the presentation. I can't walk and chew gum at the same time, so you'll just have to forgive me. So before you tonight is PTC formal consideration of the working group's site selection recommendations. So next slide. And so site selection is all about the city's regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA for short. The state requires that every jurisdiction as part of its housing element meet its fair share for housing. And fair share is known through the RHNA. And so as you can see for the 6th cycle, which is the planning period of 2023 through 2031, the city's RHNA is a little over 6,000 units broken into those 4 income categories. And it is probably 3 times more than our current RHNA of 1,988. And so that made the working group's responsibility or identifying sites that much more challenging, because we're looking at 3 times the capacity. Next slide, please. And so this was presented to the working group at the January study session, but just wanted to briefly go over it again, in which the staff provided the working group a number of site selection strategies that they reviewed, and they prioritized and they selected the preferred strategies. And as co-chair Klein mentioned, one of the emphasis was locating housing near mass transit or train or bus routes. And also another priority for the working group, if you will, was protection of low density zoned districts and neighborhoods. And so based on their final preferred strategies, the working group started identifying sites, and through those preferred strategies, they were able to identify sufficient sites to meet our the city's RHNA. Next slide, please. And this is a site inventory table similar to what was shown at the January study session, but I just wanted to highlight the second column, the PTC presentation, is when we presented those particular numbers. And in the third column, right next to it, is the final working group recommendations. I just wanted to highlight that because at time of the study session, the working group had not completed all its recommendations at that time. In fact, they met the next day, January 13th, to finalize all the recommendations. So there are some highlighted numbers I would like to point out. Those show some changes to what was presented on January 12th. And similar to the previous presentation, I will go through each strategy and recap the table at the end of the presentation, where I'll show the same table again. And before moving on to the next slide, I just want to again point out the no net loss buffer. The state mandates that every jurisdiction plan to meet their RHNA, but in addition to meeting their RHNA, they want a buffer, because the buffer will ensure that a jurisdiction is able to meet their RHNA at all times. In other words, if a proposed development develops less units than the projected units on that site, the city still has that buffer to ensure that at any time it can meet its RHNA obligations. And just one more quick note that these are projections. They're not maximum or minimum values for each of the site. So it's just the city's way to show HCD how we plan on meeting our RHNA. So next slide, please. These particular strategies were the strategies that the working group considered at their January 13th meeting. Again, I will touch upon those highlighted numbers to explain the unit changes. Next slide. So the first strategy, if you will, is pipeline units, where HCD allows current land use entitlement applications or recently approved entitlements to be counted towards a city's RHNA. And initially we had said there were 515 units in the pipeline as pipeline units, but after that time, a land use application for 525 East Charleston came in afterwards. 525 East Charleston was part of what was known as staff suggested sites with a projected yield, but now that an application has actually come in, we have moved it from staff suggested sites to a pipeline units, and that has increased the pipeline yield up to 565 units. Next slide, please. Another way is through ADU projection or production, excuse me, and HCD methodology allows jurisdictions to take the average of the past 3 years ADU's production and taking that average in, as you can see here, 64 units. We can take that 64 units, multiply it by 8 because it's an 8-year planning period. And from that, we can project that we can apply 512 units from ADU production towards our RENA. And that number did not change from the January presentation. Next slide, please. And another strategy is looking at existing sites that already allow for multifamily. And this category of multifamily allowed are sites that already received the highest zoning designation from the city. You can't upzone it or anything like that. And so as part of that, there's a total yield of 461 units. But I would also like to point out that some of these sites in the MFA strategy are coming from the 5th cycle of the current housing element. We're carrying them over to the updated housing element. And a new state requirement says that if you do carry over these sites from the 5th cycle housing element to the 6th cycle, then they have by right provisions. And these by right provisions apply when a developer proposes a development that has a 20% affordability component to it. And if that is the case, then the city can only review the project through design review using objective standards. Other than that, again, it's a by right type process. And there are about 28 sites that will have that by right provision. Next slide, please. And here's a map showing those MFA sites throughout the city, and they're color coded between 5th and 6th cycle sites, and all the areas in yellow, just to provide reference, are low density or low density districts or low density neighborhoods. Next slide, please. One of the strategies that the working group preferred to use was upzoning, where we took sites with existing zoning and upzoned them. So as you can see, CN zones were proposed to increase from 20 dwelling units to 30 dwelling units, and also to upzone RM30, CC, and CS zones from 30 dwelling units to 40 dwelling units. And I apologize, I should, as part of the constant revision, ground truthing of all these sites, we administratively removed one site that had a unit yield of 17 units. It was a mosque, and so that wasn't appropriate. So we removed that. So we revised the total yield from 1,657 units down to 1,640 units. Next slide. And there are all the sites that have been identified for upzoning through this strategy. Next slide, please. And this follows with Co-Chair Klein's comments about putting it near mass transit. Strategy number 2 is fixed rail. Anything within a quarter mile of a Caltrain station was proposed to be upzoned to 50 dwelling units per acre, while a quarter to a half mile is proposed to upzone to 40 dwelling units per acre. And with that, we achieved a 798 unit yield through strategy number 2. And next slide is the map showing the 3 Caltrain stations. It's mostly in the downtown and Cal Ave areas, but you can see the distribution and the 2 radii for each Caltrain station. The third strategy is transit corridors, just high capacity, if you will, frequent bus service along El Camino, and that proposed to be upzoned. That yielded 270 units. That has not changed from the January presentation. Next slide. And here are all the units identified, or sites identified, excuse me, along the El Camino corridor. So next slide. We also looked at faith-based institutions, in that we specifically chose those institutions that have parking lots greater than half an acre. Therefore, if a faith-based institution chose to redevelop for housing, they would not need to touch their existing structures. They could develop on parking lots. And through that strategy, it yielded 148 units. And again, all these strategies that I have mentioned were approved by the working group at their December meeting. Next slide. And so here are the 5 or 6 faith-based institutions that were identified. Next slide. Okay, so this was the first strategy deliberated or considered by the working group at the January meeting, and it was to propose to use city-owned parking lots in downtown and California Avenue for housing. And so there were 6 parking lots identified, 4 in downtown and 2 in Cal Ave. And at a density of 40 dwelling units per acre, it would yield 168 units. And initially, the working group had supported using this strategy to help meet the city's RHNA. However, after further discussion, it was voted not to be included as a strategy. It was a split vote, and some of the primary concerns were loss of parking in those areas. So the 168 units were not applied to meeting RHNA. So that's probably the one significant change from the January presentation. Next slide. Those sites in purple are the proposed sites that would have been used. But as part of it, as I'm sure the PTC knows, the council prior to in January or maybe late last year gave staff direction to explore using city parking lots for residential uses. So whether it's used as a strategy or not, there'll still be potential housing sites. Next slide. Another strategy suggested by working group members was reintroducing residential uses in the GM zone. And so the working group approved using GM zones. And as part of that action, though, they proposed to remove 1 site with a 58 unit yield. So originally, as presented in January, it was a yield of 654 units, but that has now been revised to 596 units. Next slide. In addition to including GM zones for housing sites, the working group also suggested using research office limited manufacturing districts. And so with those using ROLM zoned sites, that also was a yield of 902 units. That number did not change. And those are the location, those are the sites identified from both the GM and ROLM zoned sites. And again, Co-Chair Klein had mentioned the Stanford University properties. Stanford University representatives had proposed to 3 sites. They used those 3 sites because those are under direct control of the university. They are not leased out with long-term leases. And as part of their proposal, they proposed a vacant property on Pasteur Drive, the Palo Alto Transit Center, as previously mentioned, and 3128 El Camino Real. And as Co-Chair Klein mentioned, that the university representatives proposed a range of unit yields for each of those proposals, and the working group chose to use the lower end, the lowest end of those proposed yields of 420 for the property on Pasteur Drive, 180 units for the transit center, and they had proposed 225 units for 3128 El Camino Real. But as discussions progressed about 3128 El Camino Real, the working group voted to lower the unit yield from 225 down to 144 units. The main concern for lowering the yield was to be able to meet the city's existing height limits along El Camino. Therefore, there is a revised yield of 744 units when initially 825 units was proposed. So a few units were lost there. And just another note, this is 3,300 El Camino Real was also proposed to be added, and it was approved by the working group. It is a Stanford University owned property, but it's not under their direct control. But since there was a previous land use or pre-screen application on that property, we decided to include it using a default density, if you will, of 40 dwelling units per acre. It comes to 92 units. And just another highlight, still under discussions with Palo Alto Square. That Palo Alto Square is not part of the identified sites, but if discussions continue and there is a favorable outcome, we're looking at potentially 300 to 400 units. So just wanted to make note of that. And lastly, there were some staff suggested sites. These are properties where there had been previous residential pre-screenings on the property. And that is one thing that HCD looks for is developer interest. So we proposed these staff suggested sites. Previously, 525 East Charleston was one of those staff suggested sites since there was a pre-screening application on it. But since they have submitted a land use application, they have been moved to the pipeline. So the revised total yield is 91 units, which is down from 116 units, which was presented in January. Next slide. So here is the summary table again, highlighting those revised changes. And I think I've touched on all these different notes just to make sure that the PTC is clear on these revised numbers. Next slide, please. And again, reflecting some of those changes. So when all is said and done, the working group with the recommendations identified sufficient sites for a yield of 6,845 units. And that's above the total that the city was looking for, including the 10% buffer. Just as a reminder, was approximately 6,700 units. So we have 150 units above our needed buffer, if you will. And so what the working group expressed their desire to keep the buffer by around 10% instead of increasing it to 12 or 15%. So what you may do is, unless the PTC or council changes that number, keep the 150 units. If the PTC or council decide to remove some sites, we can use those additional 150 units. If not, then we can put those into a reserve also. And so next steps, just want to go over this briefly. Next slide. More significantly, just want to highlight that tonight you're considering working group recommendations for sites, but in April, you'll be hearing or considering working group recommended policies and programs. And April of 2023 is when the housing element the entire housing element will come to the PTC for your consideration. And lastly, since there, as Co-Chair Lowing mentioned, there are a number of rezones that will be needed. Those rezones we anticipate will be coming to the PTC in April of 2023. Excuse me, February of 2023, the housing element will be coming to the PTC. April 2023 are the proposed rezones for the housing element. Next slide. So finally, staff recommends that the PTC recommend that the City Council approve the housing element working group recommendations for the 2023-31 housing element sites and their associated unit yields as outlined in that previous table. So that concludes staff's presentation. Be happy to answer any questions that the PTC may have.
Okay, let's go to staff questions. Questions of staff. Commissioner Hickman.
Thank you. This one is for Ms. Klein. Let's see, there you are. When you spoke, you were encouraging the commission regarding a Stanford site near transit. And I lost the thread of what you were saying. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you to repeat that point so that I understand it.
So maybe Tim, you can bring up a map and show where the transit center is located. So it's located right next to MacArthur Park, near the train station. So
Yeah, keep on going.
Sorry, I'm watching you. So it's located right, can you zoom in on that a little bit, that map, so that they can see? So it's located right next to the train station. It's an ideal place for people to live without cars. They can walk to everything. They could walk to the train to get to their jobs. And also the height could go up because—
Pause, Cheryl, just 1 second. Sorry, if you, Tim or Claire, whoever's driving, if you just use the zoom on the bottom right, you're going to be able to zoom in more than if you go to presentation view. As someone who frequently zooms in very close, this is what I have learned. So yeah, just use the plus. Yeah, there you go. Sorry.
Thanks,
it's
Rachel.
a little clunky, but it will get you a little closer.
Yeah. So the site is right where he's circling. Do you see that? It's kind of like an island almost between the rail and El Camino Real, and it's not butting up against any single family neighborhoods. So, and right now in the plan, it's at 180 units. It's 6 acres. 6 acres. So I know that for the project that Alta Housing is working on for Wilton Court, our density there is 120 units per acre. So it just seems like a waste not to have it zoned more densely. So that's really what I wanted to bring to light.
All right, thank you for that clarification. And then just to follow up on that, it sounds like the overall the working group's recommendation for that particular site was 180, but maybe there were voices within the working group advocating for a higher or perhaps much higher number. Is that right?
That's true. And also, Stanford presented different scenarios, and coming to us, even though it wasn't any sort of formal submission, showing an interest in developing at a higher density. So I'm not sure how HCD would regard that if we zone it at a lower density, right? Especially when we have the housing crisis. So I just think that is an opportunity for us, the size of the parcel, to really think bigger about it. And I would hate for that opportunity to be lost.
Thank you for that clarification. Then a couple of questions for Mr. Wong. The 6 city-owned parking lots that were initially considered included by the working group, and then in the split vote, they decided not to include those. Are all 6 of those lots surface lots, or are some of them multi-story?
I believe.
Sorry. Were you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're all surface lots.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then the final question I have, just sort of looking ahead, we'll go through this process of site selection. We'll do our rezoning, and then we'll get into this 6th RENA cycle. If during that 6th RENA cycle, let's say something unexpected happens and somebody proposes a development someplace that through our zoning, maybe 20 homes would be allowed, or 20 residences, but they propose and the city agrees to a development where there are 120 homes. So it's 100 more than we were contemplating. And that gets built during the 7th cycle. Do we get credit for those 100 units in the cycle, even though they weren't any part of our 6,800 unit anticipated sites?
Yeah, the answer is absolutely. The city would be able to get credit. Again, these are just projections saying we have zoned everything to accommodate this RENA. However, if there are other projects come unanticipated, if you will, projects that come in that build residential units, absolutely, we will apply those towards our RENA.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I just say one more thing too?
Go ahead.
Just about the city-owned parking lots. So the committee was really split on, there was the majority of the committee wanted the city-owned parking lots to go for affordable housing, and another faction wanted them to just go for housing. So that's what the split was, and we couldn't reconcile it. So it wasn't included. But I think that that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Chang?
I just wanted to follow up on a question of Commissioner Heckman's about the transit center. Can you and somebody who's privy to the Housing Element Committee's conversations enlighten us as to what the nature of the debate was in terms of why some people would have not wanted to have a higher density?
And any of us can chime in here. I think it was primarily around the height limits concern. And they didn't want to address that. Some of us said, this is a capacity analysis. It still has to go to council. Council can shoot this down 4 floors or whatever. But there wasn't enough majority to go further, given the concerns about height.
Okay. I have another question about, so how does the process work going forward in terms of like the community planning that would need to happen for certain areas? So for example, we talked about, you know, a lot of housing going up in the GM and ROLM zones potentially. How does this whole process work after the sites are approved? Like at what point would we as a city say, okay, but we need parks, we need transit, we need schools, we need whatever. How does that fit into this overall big picture?
That's a really great question. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say either Tim or Ms. Tanner could address the issue, because the first one is what's acceptable to HCD. And then after that, it's what's acceptable that we actually build and create neighborhoods. So somebody from staff could address that.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think it's one that comes up in probably a lot of communities when they're thinking about their housing elements, especially the cycle, given the capacity that we're planning for. And, you know, if that were to be realized, the number of additional residents that our community and other communities would be accommodating. So some of it, we have some of it kind of is baked in, and maybe just to adjust the sequencing first, and then to go into like, well, what do we do? So first, I think Tim kind of explained the timeline that really basically through this year and then into next, we would be working this year and then hopefully have it certified, you know, sometime in 2023. HCD's got to review it and review. I think it's split up into 2 parts of the state. So they've got a lot of housing elements they'll be reviewing. And once it's certified, then it's kind of on the books and adopted as part of our plan. we also have to undertake the rezoning. So much of this, some of these parcels and these sites, even if we've identified the housing element, we've got to rezone them perhaps so that, somebody can actually come in with an application to say, I want to build, this project here. And so that's kind of the next piece. And then it becomes, okay, with different parts of the community, kind of depends. So some of our development impact fees help to pay for certain things. So we have impact fees that help to go to our parks fund. We have impact fees that go for different aspects of our community. So at least we're having some financial resources to accommodate the additional services needed for the additional residents. However, what that kind of process doesn't always accommodate is the actual planning for where is a school going to go, where is a park going to go, where is a new library going to go, how many do we need, et cetera. Some of that will unfold over time. Some of that is handled by our city's different commissions. We've got Parks and Rec, we've got different bodies that would be set up to help us do some of that planning. And I think it also could be part of the programs that we'll be discussing in the forthcoming months to really say, for example, if we look at the map and say, well, if these plans come to fruition and these sites are built, are there any areas where we'd say, man, there's going to be a new little neighborhood, or this neighborhood will have significant impact that's going to clearly need some more parks, some more libraries, et cetera. And so that could be kind of that second part of getting the element in place and then doing that fine-grained neighborhood planning that you're talking about and actually resource allocation. And then, of course, you got to see that you actually have the houses there to then have the park, have those things coming online. So it's a little bit, I think part of what we should do in the cycle is be making sure we're planning for those needs to be accommodated.
Thanks. Okay, and then one more question. I was looking at all these sites and wondering how carefully I need to look at them. And I know the housing element working group has looked at them pretty carefully, but let's hypothetically say that there's a mistake where there's something that's listed there that isn't supposed to be listed there. It's just an honest to goodness mistake. Then does and nothing gets built there this cycle, but the next cycle, there's the by right part kicks in. Could the ministerial approval override zoning in such a situation if we made an error and we included a site that shouldn't be included there for whatever reason? I'm just wondering, how does this by right process work? Could it override zoning?
Are you saying, so maybe I'm having a little trouble following your question. Let me repeat what I think you might be asking, and then you can tell me if we've got it right. So there are those 28 sites, I believe, to mention that are in this current fifth cycle that are being carried over. And those, when they carry over, they would be subject to the by right provision that if someone has a code compliant project that has at least 20%, I believe, right, Tim, 20% affordable housing on it, then that is a ministerial, not a discretionary permit for that housing. Are you saying if one of those 28 sites was mistakenly identified?
Yes. So for example, we have this quarter mile, half mile from a train station, but that excludes an R1 property right now, right? If we accidentally made a mistake and put an R1 property there, then what? Yeah, that's the next.
I think, well, I guess I would say I think there's a question of what to do if we mistakenly identify a site as a housing opportunity site that's not. I think it would be pretty small chance that one of those 28 sites would be, those are the only ones that would be the by right, just those 28.
I'm not worried about this year's. I know that the 28 from the fifth cycle, but so this time we have so many more, right?
Oh, okay.
Right. And then so I'm looking at going into the next housing cycle, when we're planning for the 7th, we're going to presumably have a bunch left over from this time, right?
Yeah, so I guess, yeah. So then if in the 7th, and we're going to 7th, then we're going to carry over more, and assuming that the by right provision is still there. Well, I think at that time, if that's the time that we notice the mistake as we're transitioning into the next cycle, and we said, oh my gosh, we could decide not to carry it over. We could decide now not to carry over any of these 28. We don't have to carry them over. It's just, if we do carry them over, they have the by right as attached to them. Otherwise, we cannot include them as opportunity sites.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Great. Okay, that's it for now. Thanks.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. And I think staff answered one of my questions I had with Commissioner Chang's question. But another question I have is, I know that the group, and anyone can answer this, the group avoided low density residential neighborhoods for upzoning. And I'm wondering how that was defined.
So the areas that were defined for low density, and I can bring up a better map, sorry about that earlier, is all of the R1, R2, RMD, and I think that's it, R2, R1, RMD. Did I miss anything, Tim? I think those are the low density.
Well, there's.
Yeah, those are the zones that we were avoiding.
Yeah, there's also RE, but I suspect you didn't think anybody was going to build in the residential state. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And then kind of to pile on to Commissioner Chang's question, given the enormity of the task that the group had to do, and was each site looked at individually to make sure it wasn't next adjacent to an abutting low density residential zone, and to evaluate the impacts? Or do we just feel our regular code will take care of any problems there?
So I will say that we definitely have some sites that are in close proximity to these low density zones. And I can bring it up on a map that I have readily available. But I think, like you mentioned, the existing provisions that we have in the code for certain lowered height limitations and things like that, those things are in place, and they would still be in place for any development that would move forward on a commercial site that is adjacent to these low density zones.
Okay, and then, oh, go ahead.
And just to add that the working group were assigned various, different strategies or different areas of the city to ground truth some of these, or do some research on the lists. And if they felt that some of these sites were not appropriate for whatever reason, they made a list of these quote unquote inappropriate sites, and they were vetted and removed if needed.
So was the working group able to, with their assignment to ground truth, I think was the term you used, the sites, were they able to divide it up and ground truth all the sites, or most of the sites, or?
I think that most of them were ground truth. Some groups were more active than others, I will say, but the groups did go through and review the sites list. To what degree, I can't speak exactly, but
and maybe Cheryl or Ed, you can share your personal experience with your groups, and it'll give some background.
We got very competitive for those groups. We're going to be better than you. We're going to find more sites than you. So it's actually a little bit of fun. I think even within the group, it varied. I wanted to do a visual site view. So I was in downtown group, and we did it mostly individually, I think. And then some people potentially were much more comprehensive because they used, site maps like what Ms. Campbell's showing us right now to look at, every single unit. And I don't disagree with what Mr. Wong said, that, some groups were more intense than others. So there was a variance there, but I thought it was pretty well done, and Keith worked really hard on it too. We can get his perspective on that.
Okay, thank you.
Our group did go through, and we walked through, and I think either in person or on Google Maps and Google Street View looked at every property.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, my group did the same. They were pretty vigilant about it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Keith, you're next up.
Yeah, just one comment about the unit predictions. One thing that I really want to point out is these unit predictions are very conservative. the maximum density right now by zoning is 40 units per acre. And we use that for a lot of sites that are maybe potentially much more dense than that. PHZ is looking at sites that have much more than 40. But we felt that that's council's decision. We didn't want to start telling council we can do 70 units per acre for these sites. We thought 40 was more conservative, and that conservative makes the housing element much more credible. So that's really important. And these limits don't in any way limit how many units can be put there. This is an accounting aspect, and we're saying we think we can do 40 units per acre for so many acres. There's upside, but there's potential upside. We're not limiting it. We're just saying this is our best guess right now, but it could be higher. So, thank you.
Which also means that in some areas, council could decide to scale down because, well, I think this is too many for this cycle to go into it, from 1,000 new units over 8, because we don't have the infrastructure. So there's room to do that without compromising the whole objective of getting to the 6,086. Let's see. Commissioner Suma, your hands up again.
Yeah, I had one more quick question. So when we're thinking about these 6,800 sites that we obviously each one of us can't go look at all of them and evaluate it, and knowing the working group did so much work. So is it fair to say that this identifying the sites does not give any entitlement to the sites, that the entitlement will come after we do the work on policies and upzoning? Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. We're just providing them the base zoning to accommodate that yield that we projected, but there are no entitlements to that. It's just giving them that foundation, if you will.
Okay, but so there could be, because it's kind of a little bit chicken and the egg or cart before the horse for me, because identifying the sites without knowing exactly the upzoning might be a little bit tricky, so I don't know if that's a question, or I guess it's not really, but.
I think we could respond to that. Tim,
Okay.
Speak to the 80% capacity and how that meets HCD's requirements, realistic capacity. So I think there's a logic and formula that we use that's consistent with the requirements, and with that formula in place, that's how we come up with these numbers. But certainly there's no guarantee that the units will be built according to our projections. It could be less, it could be more, but we're basing it on sort of these required analysis that we have from HCD in that direction.
Sure, but I guess what I was trying to get at is that during our discussion of upzoning and policies that would affect the whole plan, if we have we're just not comfortable with some of that, we can express it then and maybe make recommendations to not include some sites, or I mean, there's a lot of leeway still because we've identified the potential sites first, but the entitlement for those sites will come after we all agree on the upzoning and policies. Is that right?
Yes. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chang.
Quick question that I forgot to ask before. Are any of the sites within 500 feet of freeway? I guess I'm thinking particularly the one right, like along 101. I asked because of air quality. I know that we're not supposed to, like the California Air Resources Board or something has said, you don't want to ideally build housing in the middle, really close to it. So I was wondering if the housing element group looked at that at all. You're muted.
You're on mute.
I'm sorry, apologize for that. No, we did not get that detailed in doing environmental review or those type of more project related reviews. This was again, more going back to a capacity. Where can we find the capacity or the sites to accommodate the units? But those considerations would definitely be done at the project level.
And I don't know if this map is helpful, but it just shows you some of these sites that are close to 101, that are closer to San Antonio.
Yeah,
Yeah, so does that,
there's like a bulk of some sites there, and then the bulk that are kind of on the El Camino corridor probably are the two poles, if you will.
does that, if something on a, so I know that you're saying that the evaluation would be done at a project level, but if the site is so close to the freeway such that, you know, it would be within 500 feet, does that mean that we can't count it towards our, that it would be, you know, the HCD would be upset with us?
If I understand, is this maybe coming more from an environmental justice perspective in terms of air quality and citing residences?
Yeah, that's exactly my concern. My concern is that, like, if we're building housing for people, we want to make sure that it's good housing, right? I mean, and if there's a recommendation out there by whichever state body it is that we're not supposed to build within 500 feet, doesn't mean that residences within 500 feet of a freeway doesn't mean that. I just wanted to see, is that a conflict?
Yeah, I think so. And it's not a conflict for the regulatory approval of it, but I think part of what Mr. Wong is suggesting is that one of the conditions that can be applied for whether it's housing or other sensitive uses that might be within that 500 foot is certain, I guess, amenities or mitigation measures in the building itself to help to improve the indoor air quality of the building. And so you have different filtration or type of measures that are that project has to comply with, and because of it's so close to the freeway, that a building further away wouldn't have to have.
And if I could just add, I think from the HCD perspective, you know, this might be a gross, just a exaggerated example, but they want to make sure that we're not placing all the quote unquote affordable housing near the dump, for example, that the housing is distributed evenly throughout the city instead of one, you know, segregated area. And in that regards, in talking to our consultants, we do meet the HCD standards in that housing is throughout the city, and it helps that all of the city is one high resource city. So everyone has equal accessibility from their housing, the way that it has been identified.
Okay, Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I was wondering if maybe starting with Mr. Wong and then possibly the commissioners who were in the discussion can go into more detail about how the publicly owned lots didn't get included because there was a disagreement about how to use them. Just want to make sure I understand that, because it's very tempting to say, well, let's just throw them back in, but sounds like there was some nuance there.
Yeah, I think we could do that in the discussion when we get to that, which is going to be next after we get to public comment.
Oh, okay. I thought it was already brought up in the staff report, so I was asking as a question. Thank you.
No, okay.
Maybe Mr. Wong
Great.
could answer it, and then the commissioners can add it in the discussion.
Go ahead, Mr. Wong.
Sure. Part of the deliberations was members were concerned that if the parking lots get replaced with housing, those parking lot spaces would be lost, and that the downtown area they considered was already maybe short on parking, and therefore converting them into housing.
Oh, Mr.
would
Wong,
exacerbate that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I specifically was talking, I thought you said that people on both sides wanted it to be housing. They were different on whether it was affordable housing versus other housing.
That was part of it also, in which there were saying a group wanted 100% affordable housing for these parking lots. And there was another group that said, any type of housing was suitable. So there was some disagreement about that also.
Okay, so it's more nuanced. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to hearing more from the commissioners when it's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? If not, I'd like to go to public comment and take speakers on this issue, and we have a few, so. Ms. Kocheva, you can.
Yes, sorry,
Yes, there we
I
go.
unmuted myself.
Okay.
So
You got to
our
speak.
first speaker is Steve. Steve, you can unmute yourself and share your comments with us.
Okay, can you hear me, Ed?
Yes.
Okay. I'm speaking, my name is Stephen Levy, and I'm speaking as a resident, but also as a manager of a grant from the Silicon Valley Community Foundation to inform and help engage people in the housing element update process. And in both of those veins, I've been following the working group meetings and the proposals they brought forth. I'll have some comments at the end with regard to the sites, but I want to start by what I've learned and heard from Tim. The first point is that these are potential sites. They could hold the number of units if a nonprofit or a market rate developer brought a proposal forth. But I'm pretty sure that that is extremely unlikely with the sites that you have now. I'm not an expert. I'll give you a couple of ideas and some suggestions for how you can find it out. Okay. The first point, and you should know that the working group has now moved to the state required analysis of constraints and solutions. HCD requires that you show them that someone would actually build on those sites at the zoning, or that you adopt programs to change it. The first point, if you looked at Tim's first chart, is that we and all other cities in the Bay Area failed to meet the RENA requirements that are now double. If you look at his chart, we're asked to do 4 times as many moderate income units and double the number of low and very low income units. Clearly, we all need to adopt a whole series of new programs. The second thing is that HCD may consider 40 units an acre to be a conservative idea, but the city council has recognized, and Tim provided the working group with a list. We're doing 80 units, 100 units. Wilton Court, Cheryl can correct me, I think was over 100. Leghorn in San Antonio was over 100. I think the teacher housing project is over 80. The proposal on 525 Charleston, I think, is well over 80. The proposal for University in Middlefield is over 80. The one at Page Mill in VTA is above 30, 40, or 50, and most of them have special zones. So the idea that someone is going to come forward at 30, 40, or 50 units and make a proposal stretches my imagination. Now, it is true, as the council, as the PTC members talk, that you can adopt programs and invite higher proposals. So I have 3 suggestions. Follow the Housing Working Element Working Group lead and talk to nonprofit and for-profit developers, talk to local architects, and particularly with the R&D sites, talk to people who know whether there are environmental constraints. Don't rely on them. You want to have them before you so you can question them. Second, it's going to come in April, but you want to get ahead of the idea that really substantial new programs and policies are going to be needed. And third, I learned this from Cheryl, that the Urban Land Institute can do a feasibility study, and I recommend that you ask council to support one or two of them with regard, so that you learn whether and what you need to do to make these potential sites real. With those sites and the problems, I would add two things. I would add back the Stanford proposal at the transit center at the full density, as some of the commissioners have suggested. And I would add back the parking lots, the surface parking lots that were evenly divided. That will give you an additional buffer. And in both cases, those are actual things that you can do and have been proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am no longer a resident of Palo Alto. I moved to Mountain View. And part of that decision was just sort of the gradual recognition that I don't have a future in Palo Alto. And this really comes after 4 years of watching the process, seeing things get worse, and it was underscored by this past year's housing production, which included, I think, apartment production that I could count on my hands. And it also included how this housing element is going, which feels largely like a paper exercise, not a planning process to actually produce over 6,000 homes that human beings can live in within the next decade. So even though I don't live in Palo Alto anymore, I will still be watching this process as a member of the Campaign for Fair Housing Elements. And I think a part of this process that is lacking in the site selection is the fair housing element and affirmatively furthering fair housing. We're concentrating a lot of housing in lower resourced neighborhoods far away from transit and doing much less in the very high resource, high access to transit neighborhoods downtown. And I was a bit confused by Tim's comment that the MFA sites are at maximum density, because a lot of those MFA sites, if you take a look at them, are right downtown, like all the SOFA sites. Look at 190 Channing, for example. You can only build 4 homes there, and that's walking distance to the Whole Foods, it's walking distance to Caltrain, it's right downtown, it's a great location. And sites like that, we should be zoning for much higher density. And so a couple other comments. So the buffer, I'm alarmed to hear that we're sticking with a 10% buffer, given that the HCD guidance is 15 to 30%. So we're already choosing a lower buffer, and we don't have a ton more units. It's only like 100 something more. And to discard them, I think is strange given the guidance from HCD. I would also really encourage staff to fix the pipeline sites that are being double counted from the 5th site. If you look at 2755 El Camino Real, that's Alto Locale, it's leasing up now. So it doesn't make sense to count it towards our next cycle production, as that would suggest that it will be producing the housing that's leasing up now 2 years from now. So it just doesn't make sense, the way that we're counting some of the pipeline sites. So I would encourage you to take out any pipeline sites that have already been issued building permits. My final kind of group of comments is that we really haven't grappled at all with the likelihood of development issue. So a lot of sites right now are they're commercial sites currently, and we need to think about how likely it is that those commercial sites are going to remain commercial, given the differential price per square footage of housing versus commercial. A lot of people will just keep those sites commercial, And that's even if we rezone them for much higher density. We also need to think about the non-vacant sites. We have a lot of housing on non-vacant sites. So we need to be providing evidence that the current use of those sites will be discontinued within the planning period. So if there are multiple leaseholders with long-term leases, those are not good sites. And I haven't seen that analysis being done. And so overall, I think that Chair Lowing described it as a capacity analysis, and I agree that's what this task is. And right now we have drastically insufficient capacity to actually produce this housing. And I actually have one more comment just about the public outreach. So we know that a lot of housing advocacy groups and members of housing advocacy groups were excluded from the working group, and that was done purposefully. And I was expecting other forms of outreach other than the working group, and it doesn't seem like that's happening. So is there going to be targeted outreach to different types of groups that are more impacted by the housing crisis, and when is that going to happen? Sorry for running over. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill.
Hi, thank you. My name is Scott O'Neill. I'm a Palo Alto resident. I've been following the working group's work closely. I wanted to strongly support expanding city parking lots. I'm not sure this needs my support, though. The city council seems quite firmly behind it. My observation is that opposition in the working group was in some cases motivated by an urge to preserve parking that the city would probably preserve in either case, whether these, housing would be added to the parking and perhaps even more parking would be added. So some of the opposition seemed counterfactually motivated. I agree with Mrs. Klein that the transit center is absolutely begging for more density. My biggest concern with what's going on so far is that the vast majority of this inventory, the probability of development just seems very low to me, as has been noted. Speaking in very broad strokes, a lot of what looks like is going on in this inventory is that for the strategies that are doing a lot of the work to produce units in it, is that the city is taking an existing zoning designation that isn't producing new housing, but has an older building on it. And for residential, the city mostly seems to be bumping such a parcel up by exactly one category, which you can't do half a category. So that's like the minimum they could be doing. And for office and industrial property, the city is taking older buildings and adding a less profitable new allowed use. In both those cases, the inventory is coming in very close to our arena minimum quota, which implies a probability of development for all those lots that is very nearly 100%. And given development, it's implying a probability of developing to very nearly 100% of zoned capacity. And given that happens, very nearly to 100% residential, even where other uses might be allowed. I do not believe an objective and dispassionate look at the economics of developing housing in the city of Palo Alto can support such a rosy outlook, especially given our history. And reinforcing this is one thing I noticed during the process is that for certain properties where there were owner presentations specific to the parcel, arguing for the need for higher heights or higher densities or lower parking, the group tended to reject parking, but they seem to be receptive to adding height to many of these parcels, which was a sort of concession in light of the argument that you needed something different to actually get parking produced in Palo Alto. And I think that the inventory in some places reflects this feedback, but it only reflects that feedback for those units, right? For those specific lots. But why would that not be true everywhere in Palo Alto, right? Like, it feels like the city is sort of learning that, or at least the working group sort of learned that you need to do more than has been done in most of the inventory. And then they didn't do it for most of the inventory. And now the city is on a track to take this inventory that is on, of course, to not actually develop much housing and send that to HCD with probabilities implied of 100%. And I don't think that's realistic, and I hope the city changes course on that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you taking the time and all the work the commission does. Thank you.
Thanks to public speakers.
Chair Lowing, that concludes our comments for this action item.
Yep, thank you. Okay. Oh, I was just going to call on you, Commissioner Templeton, sorry. You're on mute.
Sure. It's just a continuation of the previous question. I would love to explore a little bit more if the reason that housing on current city-owned parking lots was not included was because of some nuance about the type of housing, or if it really was about parking. It'd be great to get clarity on that.
Yeah, so the game plan that we're going to follow is to have Tim put up each of those strategies, and then we're just going to go through them one by one. I'm happy to start with that one.
Sure,
since it's
however you want
on-
to do it, Chair. Thank you.
On the table, and just get discussion on those. So Tim, if you could put those 2 slides, summary slides back up on all the strategies.
So for parking, I can go to the individual slide if we're going to start with that.
Claire, that's a pocket slide.
Yeah,
sorry.
we want the ones with the red changes. in
Yeah,
it.
there you
we
go.
That one.
Thanks.
Sorry.
So yeah, so this is what we're going to do, but let's start with the parking lot one, which I think is on your second slide.
I think we have a separate slide for that one, right, Tim? Because we took it off.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
we took it off
That's
the
right, sorry.
inventory table, but we do have a strategy slide, so
Great.
we can use that.
Great.
There you go. Thank you.
Right. So anybody wants to talk about that? Oh, I guess you asked the question, Commissioner Templeton.
Yeah, let me just frame why I'm asking the question. The reason I'm asking is, in all the conversations I've had over the years about affordable housing, it's often the cost of land acquisition is the biggest hurdle. If we have identified land that the city owns, this might be a really good opportunity to get affordable housing in Palo Alto because the land is available.
Yeah. Commissioner Rectal, you were active in this discussion. Maybe you could talk about all the issues, the percentage of affordable versus not, whether or not HCD cares about affordable, perceptions that parking was going to go away. There were quite a number of things, so it's the right question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, in general, there's good support for this in the working group. The final vote was near 50-50. And like one of the things you mentioned, Carrie, is that the land is already owned by the city, but also the city controls it. And so from a paperwork standpoint or a motivation standpoint, you don't have to convince a private landowner to do it. So there's a lot of advantages to doing it. Some of the concerns that people had were, number one, they don't want to lose parking downtown. They were worried about not being able to find parking downtown. They also were worried that even if you had the parking, you've now changed, the surface parking lots, you get out of your car and bang, you're right at the store. And people were concerned about, will this complicate shopping and will that hurt the downtown retail? But the other thing is, since, to go back to about the fact that the city controls it, since the city controls it, they can do 100% affordable. They make the rules, or they can make it 80% or whatever they think is appropriate. You don't have to convince someone else. And sometimes for affordable housing, it's both a money issue and also a structure of the planning process. And so there's a lot of advantages to doing it. But the biggest thing was just the complications of the parking.
And the city can actually make money on the lease. Not a lot, maybe, but it can be a revenue generator.
Well, one also point of contention is that they didn't want a private company coming in and using city land and making a profit on that. A for-profit entity doing this. They just didn't like the optics of publicly owned land being used for private purposes. They had no problems if a nonprofit wanted to run it, or if the city owned it and hired a management consultant or management team to do it. But they did not want us to lease out to a private company for many years and let them make profits out of it. They didn't like the optics of that.
May I follow up on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And commissioners, it doesn't have to go to you. I'm interested in your perspectives, but I careful to direct my questions at staff, but please chime in whenever you want to, because it's really interesting to hear your perspectives. So maybe I misunderstood Mr. Wong's presentation, but when he presented this slide, I thought he said that he didn't mention parking at all. And he said there was some disagreement about what kind of housing to build, but that everyone agreed on housing should be there. And then it wasn't included because of disagreements about the type of housing. Mr. Wong, did I misunderstand?
That Cheryl that might have said that, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did say it, but yeah, part of the group really wanted to put the condition that it would only be included if it was for 100% affordable housing. But that wasn't part of the exercise. The exercise was just to include it into the site selection. And one thing that Commissioner Rectal alluded to, the city can dictate the rules by which they would do a ground lease for the site. So if the community is concerned about parking, the city can make that a condition as to whoever they lease out the property to. And somehow that message didn't get across, that people were satisfied with that. They were really concerned that they didn't want the city to give away this benefit to a private developer. And that was, to me, that was sort of the angst of the group and why we could never vote for it, because this a faction of the group wanted to limit it to 100% affordable housing, but that wasn't the exercise. Does that sort of explain
Thank
it?
you for clarifying and helping me track down where this thought came into my head from. So I appreciate that. Yes, so it's not included because there was mistrust of how the city would manage this property.
I don't think mistrust is the word. I think that they just weren't familiar with the process. There's a lot of cities locally that have been doing ground leases for affordable housing or for housing on their parking lots. But the city of Palo Alto has not done that. So I think it's a new concept for people. There were two commissioners from ARB who actually came to the working group and had a presentation as to what the parking lot across the street from the Hamilton post office would look like and how many units you could yield if you did build housing there and you kept all the parking.
Okay.
If I could just add, I think, yeah, one of the hesitancies were there were no guarantees in what could be used on the parking lots. So to be
so that's different because it's city owned versus other properties that they were willing to include were not city owned. So we didn't have to worry about those guarantees in that situation. Is that?
I think there was definitely a concern that city land, like something that's supposed to be for like the public benefit, was being utilized for something in particular, and they didn't feel confident or assured that it would turn out the way that they wanted to. And I will just emphasize that it was a split vote. So it was a 7-7 vote for this particular item that we're seeing here on the slide. So we definitely had some very strong views for this particular.
But I think Commissioner Rectal said it right, that there were other folks that were opposed to it. They were opposed to it for kind of different reasons. And I think he summarized it really, really well.
Well, I have other questions, but I want to rotate around. So let me just close out on this and I can come back for my other questions later. So I would say this one is the one I'm the most excited about. Having seen the parking garage go up on California Avenue and all its housing potential being devoted to vehicles is certainly a heartbreak of my experience here. And it would be nice to have both. It would be nice to have parking and to be able to have housing as well. And I've seen that in Palo Alto. I've seen it in other cities. This is definitely doable. So I would love to see any proposal to adopt the recommendation from the Housing Working Group include that we might add reconsidering using the city-owned parking lot strategy number 5.
Yeah, we could deal with that if we like
Thanks.
to in the motion with amendments. Easily
Yes,
enough.
perfect. That'd be
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
I just wanted to add one quick thing. I think at least one person said that because the city might need it for something else someday, we shouldn't put housing on there. So that was just yet another reason why there were a bunch of folks that said we really shouldn't do this right now. Commissioner Chang was next.
Thank you. I just had an adjacent question to exactly what Commissioner Thompson was asking. I mean, so I heard from, I can't remember which member of staff right now, that it's just not part of the process to earmark, I guess, some of the properties. But I think that's what I'm struggling with, which is that I can say, yes, I'm all on board with including city-owned parking lots on the list, but I'm like some of those housing element working group members who want to insist that it would be 100% affordable housing on it then. And so how does such a kind of, it's like a conditional approval is what and so I'm struggling with how to address that concern and where that fits into the process.
We could just put that in a recommendation to council. They still have to decide on all of these things.
Okay.
So we could vote whatever the vote is, and the recommendation is we want this sort of back in the list of things to do, but our recommendation is that it be affordable housing. And then, they have to work out the next steps and details.
Got it. Okay, because I have many similar comments for all the other categories, right? I mean, it might be not about affordable housing specifically, but it's like kind of a conditional approval. All right, thank you.
I just would offer to Commissioner Chang, especially because we have at least, even with the sites that we have identified, assuming that the PTC and the council approve them, we have more sites than we need, even above our buffer. And so if the parking lot sites became part of it, we could look at different types of zoning or programs to ensure that would be affordable. And then of course the city ownership is the ultimate say, because nobody can just come and build something there. It'd have to be a proposal that the city would be completely behind. And so that would be the biggest control to make sure it's only affordable.
Was that all, Commissioner Chang? On this right now? Yeah, Commissioner Heckman?
I have a couple of procedural questions for you, Chair Lowing. Are we going to vote on individual categories, or are you envisioning a series of individual discussions and an effort to vote on one comprehensive package?
It's sort of the combination. As I try to chart it up front, I'd like to go through all these, once, so that we know everything that's here, and we know kind of where the things are moving around. We can do a little bit more here, a little bit less there, and then look at the staff report. And there's whatever the number is, 12. We could say we move the staff report, except we want to amend 2, 6, and 7 in such and such a way, and we vote on that individually before we vote for the whole package.
Okay. And then the other question I had is, I've got some questions that aren't about any of these categories. For example, one of our speakers mentioned that HCD was, recommending 15 to 20% buffer. And when can I ask questions like that? Because that's not really about, necessarily parking or RM sites or anything. It's more general.
Okay, so additional general questions to staff.
Yeah.
The I think you could just work it into your next turn. If you're talking about city parking lots and say you have a general question, just put it on the table.
Okay, all right. Well, then let me just speak to.
Sure.
Well, let me first speak to the parking lot issue. And then I'll ask a couple of these general questions. So I'm mindful that our city council has specifically expressed interest in these city-owned parking lots as a source of potential additional housing. And I think last fall, and I don't remember if it was a study session, but we had actually an inquiry or presentation about one of these. To me, this is kind of low-hanging fruit for some of the reasons that Commissioner Templeton mentioned. And I know that our city council is very aware of parking issues in downtown, and I have confidence that they're not going to trade parking for housing, that they're going to find a way to have a project that provides parking and provides housing. So I'm supportive of putting this back on the list. In addition to the other items, and incidentally, I should have prefaced all of this with saying, as an overall comment, I think what the housing committee did is a marvel. I said it last time when we were talking about this informally. I would not have believed that they could have, legitimately come up with and present commissioners who participated are included. It's an extraordinary piece of work, and I'm really proud that our city got it to this point. So I want to thank you, everybody that participated, to getting it to us in this condition. So I did have this general question that I would like to hear from staff about whether, I know we're using a 10% buffer. We heard from a speaker that HCD guidance is 15%, 15 to 20%. And if it's guidance, then it's not a requirement. But I'd like to hear from staff if in fact there is a guidance of 15 to 20%. And if so, why do we decide that 10% is the right figure for Palo Alto?
I can address that question. So number one, the 10%, it is a guidance. So the percent buffer is city discretion. And one of the reasons is we used a 10% because that was what was employed with the fifth cycle housing element. We do have a 10% buffer for the fifth cycle element. And part of it is also understanding that some of these carryover requirements, we wanted to limit the city, the exposure on these sites also. That's why we created the reserve list. We didn't want to just have an exhaustive list of sites because of that potential by right, and who knows what the state will do for the next housing element. So that's another reason. And we have discussed this with our consultant, and they also seem comfortable. We did ask them about the 15 to 30, but for Palo Alto, they said they're comfortable with the 10% buffer. So that's why we chose that percentage.
And can I just add, Tim, can you just explain or remind everyone about our reserve list? Because I think, we do have this whole backup list of many sites that we have and that's available. And I think, the sites like the 150 that we have that were quote unquote extra, they're not just going to disappear. We do have a reserve list that we're maintaining that we can look to for sites if it were needed. And maybe I just said all of that and you don't need to say anything, but we do have a reserve list that we have a backup sites that have been vetted and gone through the process by the working group. But we just put those aside because the ones that you're seeing as the primary list are the best suitable sites that we have found.
That is correct. Just to add on to that, thank you, Claire. The reserve list includes over 2,000 additional units, but these sites that would yield the 2,000 units, yeah, they're not as HCD defensible, if you will. Like Claire said, the sites before you for your consideration are stronger candidates for inclusion on the list for a variety of reasons.
All right, that's helpful. And then the sites on the reserve list, those will not be rezoned as part of the work we do in early 2023 to get certification, right?
Correct. We have the reserve list, but it will not be part of the housing element. It's just in our back pocket for future or if needed for whatever reason.
And the other kind of general question I'd like to ask, one of our speakers referred to encouraged the city to look into a ULI feasibility study or two. And so I wanted to know a little bit more about that. What is that? And is that something that staff is considered?
I'm familiar with the ULI where I don't know the specific details, but the ULI will send an architect or a couple planners, a team to look at some particular sites throughout the city. However, there is a charge to that. And at current, we don't have a budget. It's in the thousands of dollars. And so we haven't budgeted for that. And I guess it's something we could consider. But I guess part of it is we'd have to understand a little bit more about the benefits of the ULI study and how could that help in the city's housing update process.
All right, so perhaps is this moving with our recommendation to council? Is that where this is going after our recommendation here? That'll be carried forward to council?
Yeah,
that's correct.
So perhaps the person who recommended that concept of the feasibility study will interface with staff or provide more information before the council so that possibility and its cost are clear, but that's not information we'll have tonight. But I appreciate your response to the extent you knew it, Mr. Wong. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Sung.
Thank you. Since we have a full list and a reserve list already, I don't think we need to go back and add the parking lot sites, especially since council's already asked staff to pursue that. And I think like anything else, the devil is sort of in the details. I think Commissioner Chang kind of said that in a different way, that what conditions will we put on these sites? And when I first saw, which must have been 2 years ago, the proposal for the parking lot across from the post office, it was far from fully parked. It might have changed and morphed before it got to the working group. They were retaining all the parking spots that were currently there, but they were not proposing fully parking the new units. So that might be a consideration. And I do have a strong preference for finding affordable units in the city, truly affordable units, and that might be one way to do it, as I think Commissioner Templeton mentioned, because we don't have to purchase the land. And that being said, I do not think, from my knowledge of being on an ad hoc that looked at affordable housing while on the Planning Commission, I do not think it is a fair assumption that people living in affordable housing in, let's say, the 30 to 80, or even our inclusionary 100 to 180 to 120, I think it is, AMI, that they will not need cars. So then you get into kind of a social justice issue as well, because often people who are working at the kind of jobs where they would qualify for subsidized housing might not have the money to take Ubers, might not be working in situations where they get go passes for big companies, might be more challenges there. So I think the precise balance of how we do that is very important. But And I know that the council will think of all of those things as they pursue that on a separate path. Thanks.
Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, I do agree that this is low hanging fruit. The council is going to put it on. So if we don't, whether we endorse it or not, they will put it on. There was a proposal when we talked about this. One of the concerns is that if we do this many, how many is eight parking lot sites? That might be a little much for us to bite off. Six parking lot sites in the first 8 years. The city doesn't move very slow. It doesn't move very fast. It might be more realistic to do 2, learn the lessons from that and see if it works out as well as we think it will, and then move on, have 4 for the next housing cycle. That might be a middle ground where you aren't fully diving in the water, you're kind of wading in.
Okay. More on this issue, Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, briefly.
ahead.
I think you may have said this, Chair, but someone remarked earlier that we don't have to solve how the land is used and what the structure that will be built is. We just have to say this is a place to look at for housing.
Right.
And you know, so any other angst and concern is something we need to hold on to for those future discussions, but I don't think it needs to stop us from going forward on identifying affordable housing sites. We know that everybody in the city is strongly on board with affordable housing, and that is our biggest challenge as a community. So, you know, Commissioner Rectal had some good suggestions about the pace at which we might pursue this. I'm not sure I would hold back identifying those sites, but perhaps you know, how we plan to roll those out might be paced in such a way that we can learn from the early experiences and improve future developments. But I really strongly encourage everybody to consider adding this back in. Thank you.
Yeah, affordable housing, not that we want a choice, but we don't have a choice. 57% is going to be affordable housing in terms of the definitions from RENA. So we are going to do it. It is coming up on 10 p.m. Our bylaws say we need to check in at 10 p.m. and see what's happening. I'm going to suggest that this item is not going to finish tonight. We're on the first pass of the first strategy of 12. And it's important stuff. So I think we're going to have to continue this. The question is, how long will we carry on tonight? So I'm happy to take comments on that at this point, or we can wait another 30, 45 minutes and chat about it then. If there's no hands now, I'll go on for another 30 minutes. Okay, Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, there's a lot of meat to chew on here, and I don't want this to go through more than one more hearing, so I would suggest we go till 11 tonight.
Okay, Commissioner Templeton.
I always hear Commissioner Chang in the back of my head when this question comes up. I'm sure she'll chime in on her own, but you know, I think we're not going to be at our best going forward in this discussion. It is going to take a lot of energy, and we do have a lot to go over, but we need to make sure that we are capable of having that really good discussion. So I would say perhaps we wrap it up.
Now, are you saying, just to be clear, I just want to understand.
That is what I'm suggesting, yes.
Okay, just want everybody's perspective. Commissioner Rupert.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Templeton. I feel like we're not going to be at our best, and there was a lot to take on, and we should just do it with a fresh set of eyes. So I would be in favor of wrapping it up now, but we'll see what other commissioners want to say, and then continuing it to next meeting or whenever people want to do it.
There's room at the next meeting, so we can get.
Yeah, I saw that. It was pretty light at the next meeting.
Right. Assistant Director Tanner concurs, which is extremely important that she concur on that. So any other comments from other commissioners? Sorry, Commissioner Rectal.
Is there any time constraint? This question for Tim. if we put this off and don't finish it tonight, how does that affect you? This is going to council, but this is not the final shipment to council. So if it's delayed, is that a problem?
If it can go on the 23rd, I think it'd make things a little tight, but it's still doable.
Maybe
So-
just to be a little more specific, Tim, you can correct me if I get this dates a bit wrong. I think we definitely want to get this to council by April. And so if we can finish in March, we should be able to turn that around for them by April. And I think there is some availability on their schedule for that. But we certainly would want to, I make sure that we have this first on the agenda on the 23rd and continue the other items if we can't get through this, get through this for sure on the 23rd. But I think we made a lot of progress. We just had, another item that took a little bit of time in the beginning.
Is the current item, Assistant Director Tanner, reviewing the comp plan and housing element progress, the one we're in, is that crucial to address at all on 23rd, or can we presume that we could?
There's some time sensitivity to that because that also needs to get to council and that needs to then get to the state by April as well, I believe, the end of April, Claire.
Beginning of April 1st.
Beginning of April. So that has some time sensitivity. That is fortunately an item you've already seen. And so we are coming back to you with the additional information that you requested. So hopefully that can be somewhat quick, and I can check with the Office of Transportation about their parking update if that could move to a different date. And that might free up some space there.
Okay, that one's not even on the draft.
I think I think they emailed me about wanting to do that. So we may then just move them to a different date, given the needs, given two time sensitive items. And I think that theirs is less time sensitive.
Rachel, and I also checked with Philip today, and he said that they will not be ready for February 23rd with their report.
Perfect then. Great. So they don't even need that date.
Good. Commissioner Chang?
Thanks. I'm just concerned that if we stop right now, that we're going to have like a meeting till midnight next time. It just seems like we have a lot to discuss. So I vote for continuing on a little bit more, maybe to 11, like Commissioner Heckman has suggested.
One approach to commissioners we could take is to look at the big list, and if there are items that have consensus that you could approve tonight without much discussion, then you can kind of chomp down some of those and you'll narrow down the list for discussion for the next time.
Perfectly happy to do that, but we're going to narrow it down with the easy ones anyway. So the other ones are going to still take as long, but we can feel better about it when we get done tonight. So I tell you what, I think we should sort of split the baby and at this point go to 10:30 and see where we are at that point. And I'm perfectly willing to call it at 10:30. Not having any unanimity there. So, okay, so let's go back to the list here in front of you. The pipeline units, there's not, I don't think a lot of debate about that one because it kind of is what it is, but I don't want to speak for other commissioners. Go ahead. If you other commissioners have any comments about that or we're comfortable saying go for it. Okay, getting a lot of thumbs up. All right, we're gonna go for that. ADUs has been pretty formulaic. I think the one question that might come up that I'll just address in advance, Tim can add to, is that we actually do think we're gonna beat that in Palo Alto because the rate is increasing, but it's highly visible and highly constrained by HCD. So this is the one that the consultant said, you just cannot go any higher than that, except we actually did already. And she said, that's it. So, a year from now with more data, it might change, but I don't think that can change. So I feel like that's kind of a fixed number. You basically agree with that, Tim?
Yes, as the working group is meeting tomorrow, talking about programs, there are some programs to monitor ADU projections. It's usually if it's below the average, but if it's, I would think on the flip side, if it's above, that's something we could also consider. But for now, this is the HCD methodology, and this is our best guesstimate per HCD.
At MFA, that one was also scrubbed a lot by staff and, subject to walking the neighborhoods and so on. So if there's any comments on that or questions, we could take that one now. None? Okay, we'll go ahead. I'm going to pick another one that I think could be easy, and that's the faith-based institutions. It's only 148. It's intended as just a new way to be creative about finding a few more sites. Commissioner Suma?
Just a question about that. Would we be talking about upzoning those sites or just allowing them? How would that work? If a faith-based institution decided they wanted to develop, say, their parking lot in an R1 zone, what would we upzone them or?
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, most churches are in R1 neighborhoods. I guess there could be a variety of ways, maybe a faith-based overlay for specific sites rather than giving them a higher, like an RM40 designation. I think there are many ways to approach it. We just have to see that what's the best for Palo Alto.
Yeah, so when we work out those details, we'll be bringing back these ordinances for we'll probably have some study sessions and we'll probably be talking through about potential ways to address how we get these faith-based institution sites ready for being able to take on additional housing units. So, the overlay idea or rezoning, but I think these are things we haven't fully fleshed out at this moment. We're just trying to tackle this idea of getting the sites accepted, and we will figure out a way.
Okay, thanks. This one seems like kind of a stretch to me. But anyway, that's not what we're looking for.
It's also a small stretch.
Yeah.
On something that's creative. That's how I thought about it in the working group.
Yeah. Okay.
Commissioner
Thanks.
Templeton?
Thank you. I agree with Vice Chair Suma on this one. I'm very perplexed. I totally applaud the intention, but back to our previous discussion, why was the concern about loss of parking elsewhere not also a constraint in this discussion? Do we know?
This is private parking. The churches own the parking.
Right, but churches also still function, right? They're not going to give up the church, or are they? Are they talking about removing the church
No,
use?
it's building on the parking lot, some affordable housing, things like that.
But people still are planning to attend the churches?
And also, if I could just interject, there was recently a new state law that was passed that allowed faith-based institutions to be able to build on their parking lots without replacing the parking. Also, that was, and I'll be happy to send you a link to the law if you wish to investigate.
No, I'm familiar with it. So that this
Okay.
is not in addition to that. This is just acknowledging that exists.
Yeah, they can that they can take advantage in if they do, they can take advantage of that particular legislation.
I see. So I misunderstood. I thought this was some additional, as the chair noted, some additional creative way to look at it, but it's not. This is already legally there, right?
When it comes to zoning, I'm not familiar enough with that state legislation, but it does allow them not to replace the parking, but I don't know if they can build, for example, multifamily if the church is zoned in R1.
Yeah, I don't believe that particular bill addressed the zoning of the capacity. And so that would be, I think, to the earlier question, like how would this be realized? We would need a local ordinance to enable capacity that would be sufficient to have this number of units be yielded.
So where does this number come from then?
The number came from just an estimated density of 40 dwelling units per acre. And
In an R, so with the assumption that that would be
upzoned to that 40 dwelling units per acre at some point, which addresses Commissioner Suma. How would that be achieved? We haven't gotten there, but it's with the assumption that the faith-based institutes could get 148 units using a 40 dwelling unit per acre density.
okay. Thanks.
Sure.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, briefly, I'm supportive of this. I think that there is an opportunity here for a win-win. Adding housing and supporting our faith-based institutions, because the economics of this can work out well and encourage the faith-based institutions to actually make this sort of shared use of their property. So I was happy to see this on the working groups list.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, I also am a little skeptical about the 148, whether we can make that happen. But I think it's worth a chance, just because one important thing is this is all affordable. It's 100% affordable in the faith-based institutions. And we're so short of those spots that anything that we can do to encourage affordable housing, that would be a good thing.
Yeah, and the reason, just to clarify, the reason I said it was creative is not because it had never been done before, but it had never been done before in Palo Alto. So it's another new way for Palo Alto to add to its housing units.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
Did I miss something? Like, how is it that these are 100% affordable? Is that something that we specified already, or did I miss something at some point?
During a vote, it was specified that these particular, just for faith-based institutions, would be 100% affordable.
Okay, so that's part of the housing element working group's recommendation.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I would be in support of it too. Thank you.
No other comments on that. There's one other short one on this page we can take a look at, and that's the number 3 transit corridor of 274 units. You recall where those were on the map? El Camino and a little bit of San Antonio, I think, Claire?
Let me just get a map for you and I'll be right there. Hang on.
And I would just like to clarify, I apologize. I said something in error. The default density for faith-based institutions is 30 dwelling units per acre. That's how we calculated that that unit yield, not 40 dwelling units per acre. So I apologize for that mistake.
So here I'm just kind of showing you a little tool that we've got going here, but at the same time I can bring it up. So we were looking at the
transit corridor.
Cal Transit.
Oh wait, no, that's not right.
Yeah, keep on going down. There you go.
Okay, so it's these green sites, and I'll zoom in a little bit more. This is the majority of them. There's a couple more heading down towards University, but the primary location is sort of just in this core El Camino section here.
I think there might have been a little bit on San Antonio, but that's correct. That's the major area. So comments on that, Commissioner Rutherford?
Yeah, quick question. Is this where we are going to discuss that additional Stanford site, or is that going to be a separate topic?
That's coming up. That's separate.
Okay.
Commissioner Suma?
So on this map, there's like a big green rectangle that looks like two contiguous blocks. Yeah, I can't tell where that is though.
That's the Walgreens there by Maybell and El Camino. There's a Walgreens, and then behind the Walgreens, there's an empty parking lot. That's why it's so long.
It's 4170 El Camino.
Okay, I don't think I think the parking lot belongs to the adjacent building, I'm pretty sure there, because it's come up before in question. So that's where some of these, it's hard because the general concept is okay, but I'm kind of wondering if they're what I would call errors. As I think Mr. Wong mentioned that the mosque was removed because that was inappropriate. So that just kind of stood out to me. So
the parking lot behind there is used primarily to park new cars from the dealers, the overflow parking. It's not, and I think some of the Walgreens workers also park back there, but it's not heavily used. Those might be two ownerships, the two different parcels.
Yeah, I've looked at that for some reason. I can't remember why right now. Is that one of the ones you ground truthed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I live very close to there, so I walk
Okay.
by there regularly.
Yeah.
If I walk to work, I go right by there. So.
I guess I would want to look at these specific sites and see how they might be impacting nearby residential, lower density residential. That's my comment about this. And then the faith-based, I feel the same about. Because, I mean, depending on the size of the institution, if they give up all their parking, all those cars are going to come and park on the neighborhood streets. And I believe both churches in my neighborhood, but I didn't see the University Lutheran at the top in the faith-based map, but maybe I missed it. But I did see that in the list. And like that's on a closed street at Stanford where there isn't any parking at the top of College Terrace. So I'm not sure how that would work. And it's a small site, so that one sort of surprised me. So I think some of these I might like to look at more carefully and offer some more observations at our next meeting. And faith-based and transit would be two of those for me.
Okay, Commissioner Chang.
Thanks. I echo some of what Commissioner Seema has said about looking at the impact on residences nearby, but also I just have to say that when we're calling El Camino a transit corridor, which it would be ideally, but in terms of public transportation, it's pretty abysmal in terms of how long it takes somebody to get somewhere with public transportation, with the transportation that is currently in place right now. And I'm not too worried about it because it's not too many units, but they will need parking. There's realistically not a good way to get around. So that's an implementation issue, I understand, but it just needs to be said. Thank you.
Yeah, there's some chicken and eggs discussion with VTA that if you had more houses, we'd put in more buses. So we'll see.
Can I just note, did others have a hard time hearing Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, breaking up sometime.
We could hear you, but it sounded a little muffled at times.
Sorry about that. Not sure what's going on, but
That's better right there.
This is yell. I'll yell. That's what I need to do.
Get your megaphone. Commissioner Suma, your hand's still up on this item? Okay. All right, let's go to Caltrans stations, 798, and then we'll see where we are on time check. There we go. So this is half and quarter mile radius, carving out R1. Commissioner Rectal?
Claire, could you use your tool and show, zoom into like around Cal Ave and look at that? That might be very insightful.
Okay. Does that help a little bit there?
Okay, yeah, that's good. One of my concerns was when you have zoning changes, you really don't want it to happen mid-block. You really want the zoning to go down the middle, zoning boundary to go down the middle of the road. And when you draw circles like this, the circles are curved, which means that you're cutting through. If you look at those circles, they are cutting through the blocks in the middle. And so now if one house gets upzoned and the one next to it doesn't, that can be problematic. But looking at the sites there, it doesn't look like we have any of those problems here. That like over near College Terrace, it all stops there at Yale. And so, okay, that helps. Thank you.
And just sorry to interrupt, but I would like to do a shameless plug that we have just launched an interactive mapping tool. You saw Claire working with it. And so if you scroll over a site in the interactive mapping tool, it'll give you all the basic information you need, square footage, zoning, a number of useful information. And after this meeting, we'll send everyone a link. So with your own time, you can explore further. You can do it by strategy, you can do it by zoning, you can, there's a number of layers you can put on this mapping tool to help you just get better educated about each site. But again, we will send that out to you after this meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. If you can go back to that map for this item, yeah, and zoom in to Cal Ave. So I did want to point out that what appears in kind of an orangey color is the low density residential zone. So that's the R1s and R2s. It looks like it's mostly R2 in this area. So everything inside those circles that is that orangey color is not on the table right now, as I understand it. These numbers that are drawn for the transit areas, ignore those. None of those are being upzoned. Mr. Wong, I have that right, don't I?
Yes, that is correct. It's just those green and magenta reddish. Those are the sites that are proposed for upzoning, but nothing else.
So Chair Lowing, I do want to talk about this item more. So I'd like to punt this one to next week, next meeting.
Okay. Perfectly acceptable. Vice Chair Suma.
I would appreciate a more detailed conversation about this one. And also like to point out that in College Terrace, which is that long rectangle, RMD is included in the half mile. And the intention of staff in the working group was to not include RMD NP. So that is included, so that might need to be corrected. And I think that brings up Commissioner Reckdahl's point that a circle doesn't really, it gives us a general idea, but it doesn't follow where the zone changes happen now, which are almost always in the middle of streets. So it's just a mistake.
Yeah, those are the most accurate maps that we're working with the consultants. So we'll, if we've got the time and resources to have them spend up time with those maps, we'll do it. But we have the online tool now that hopefully can clarify the sites a little bit better than what you're seeing in the presentation.
Yeah, I wouldn't want this to get memorialized because it's an error. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. We're at 10:27 and we got through
I wasn't
6.
quite. I wasn't quite finished, but I wanted to add, I wasn't quite finished. I wanted to add that my general concerns about faith-based and transit apply here also, but I won't enumerate them again. So I'm glad we'll discuss this next time.
Yeah, this one's getting tabled.
And are faith-based and transit going forward or getting tabled?
Well, we just, we went through it once.
Yeah.
We're gonna go through it once and then we're gonna go back to get to what kind of motions we want. So
Okay.
they're not off the table. They're just for the first pass.
I see. Okay.
We got through that.
Thanks.
Okay. So unless there's an outcry, I think we should get a motion to move this to a date certain, which is the 23rd. Commissioner Heckman?
So moved. So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner
Second.
Rectal seconded. If there's any discussion, we can take that. Otherwise, we can move to a vote.
Okay.
Okay, please take a vote. Kacheva?
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Regdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupervar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for really the excellent discussion on these items. So we'll move along to our meeting in 2 weeks and get through the rest of it. Just a few things to wrap up here. I don't think there are any committee items that I know about. Questions, comments, announcements. We've talked about future agenda. Before it was even put in public comment tonight, mentioned in public comment tonight, I was wondering if staff could put it on the agenda for us to get an update on Alta Locale. That was on the VTA site and was put in as a pilot program for, I believe it was 120% workforce housing. And is it, Vice Chair Suma says no, is it 150?
It was different. I can't remember the split right now off the top of my
Okay.
head, but a lot of it was up higher, much higher than 120.
Okay, so basically that was put in place, but recommended by the commission as a test. And we'd like to get some results to that test so far because it's open and leasing. So could, you put that on your list somewhere, Ms. Tanner, and
Certainly.
see when we can get some feedback on that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just take 60 seconds here. The schedule now. So we are going to do the retreat on 3/9. That was mentioned up front. I guess we're going to keep it in evening as opposed to try to do it during the day. And the default at the moment is the room up front in City Hall. And I mentioned a couple of ideas last time that included comments from Vice Chair Suma on things to chat about. And so if you would also get any things that you would like to chat about, possibly, if you could please send them to Assistant Director Tanner soon, because we need to talk, meaning she and Vice Chair and myself, this week to really plan that thing up. And it's in terms of things that you believe could or should be on our work plan initiated by us, as well as any group of process questions or procedural things. So that's the kind of 2 buckets. And we don't have to actually do that tonight, but would like you to pretty quickly send Ms. Tanner a note about that so we can jump on it. Do you want to add anything to that, or Ms. Tanner? No?
I think that's a good summary.
Okay, great. Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I guess I missed out on this discussion. So we're going to meet in person at night at
No.
City Hall?
No, in her report, Ms. Tanner said that we're going to be meeting in probably a hybrid situation because 2 people said that they didn't want to come in person. And so it is at night in the meeting in the front in the lobby there. That's the working assumptions for right now.
So some people will be meeting in the lobby and some people will be
So
video
this is
call?
what I was sharing in the beginning was that, we anticipate the council will give the boards and commissions the opportunity to begin meeting in person starting in March. So this is our regularly scheduled March meeting, would be our retreat. And that meeting, but also the meetings going forward until otherwise directed, would be in-person meetings with an opportunity for both members of the public, and I anticipate commission members as well being able to meet remotely if they choose. That last piece does depend council direction on that.
Thank you. Yes, I held my comments until this part of the meeting after what you spoke earlier, but I'm confused because if it's our regular meeting time, why are we meeting in the little room?
I think that, good.
As opposed to where?
Where we usually meet.
Online?
When we meet at City Hall, we usually meet in council chambers.
Oh, is that, I was just trying to get clarification on what your question
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
I just in the brief conversation that Ms. Tanner and I had about it online via email, that setting just seemed a little bit more informal as opposed to go back to chambers, which is actually quite formal, and we haven't even been there for 2 years. And so we're trying to get as much as close to a possible as a little bit less formal meeting.
I think the idea was to have a more retreat-like setting, given the possible needs to be hybrid. Doing a retreat-like setting at a true offsite location is pretty hard because we have a lot of microphones, video, et cetera, that would be pretty difficult to transport to another location. And so it seemed like the community meeting room with the doors open to lobby would be a little bit more relaxed, as the chair said, but at the same time having the technology and space needs that we might want.
Okay.
So anything else about schedules or retreat content at this point? I don't think so. Commissioner Templin, go ahead. Oh.
No, I'm still trying to process. So we're going to have a retreat and at the same time as the PTC meeting, and we're going to have it in person in the room in the front of the lobby.
That's
but it should be okay because the doors open and we'll have ventilation. Is that?
That's the current working assumption, and there's some sessions and decisions coming up from council that might influence that as well.
That's
Okay.
also 28 days from now too, so hopefully things are better.
I mean, yeah, I hope so. I'm just trying to process it. And so when we do decide to go back to in person, is that something that council decides, or is that something we vote on, or how does that work?
So my understanding is that, council is the body that, so there's the state law that allows Brown Act bodies to have a resolution to have remote hearings. And Mr. Yang, I don't know if you're still there, but I believe that our council needs to give that authority to the subsequent Brown Act bodies. In addition, we take a vote every 30 days to renew that resolution. So the council also has its own rules. And so part of what that does is there are protocols for meeting not together under the Brown Act. Specifically, what would happen is that if you are a member of a body who wants to not meet at the chambers, for example, you have to be, let's say you were traveling or something and you wanted to participate, you would need to post your location of where you are at the hotel, let's say where you are, and have a conference room at the hotel so that a member of the public could come to that hotel. And so similarly, if you did it at your home, you would need to have your home be available and post the location. And if a member of the public wanted to come and observe you there. So that's what the state law provides relief from, by cities electing to provide themselves the opportunity to meet remotely instead of together. So the additional layer is that part of what council, I think, has been expressing is that the option to meet hybrid and for a commission member, not just a member of the public, to not physically be together is really to allow for folks who may not feel comfortable, may have health issues in terms of gathering, or they may themselves have been exposed to COVID or not want to, expose others to it. So there's a little bit of nuance, I think, about what the council will decide and how they will direct themselves, and then also the conduct of the commission. Albert, did you want to add anything to that?
I think you got it exactly right.
Okay, thanks. I know that's a lot, but I think
I didn't answer my question. I'm sorry. So council tells us when we meet, or we vote of when we go back to person.
Council will provide direction on when to begin at least hybrid meetings. And then I think we're still waiting to see if there's going to be further council direction on, no longer having hybrid meetings, no longer making those findings every 30 days to support hybrid meetings.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Suma?
Oh, I was just going to add that council did decide that board and commissions on Monday could go back in March. But I think it's a very fluid situation. And I suspect, as Assistant Director Tanner said, there'll be continued broadening of accommodations until COVID is not an issue anymore at all. So I just wanted to add that, but they did make that statement Monday, probably at the very end of the meeting.
Okay. Any more comments or questions? If not, we stand adjourned and we'll see you in 2 weeks. Stay healthy.
Good night.
Everyone.